Okay, we're live. Hello, everyone. Thanks for
Hey
being here.
everyone.
Teresa's here finally.
Oh, look
Hi,
at that. She
Teresa.
made it.
Finally. Yeah. Okay, and our
My
guest.
laptop. I couldn't get in. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, good. I'm glad you're
Sorry
here.
about that.
Our guest today
Glad you
is
made it.
Damian G. Welcome, Damian G. Thanks for being here.
Great to be here, ladies.
Great. And
Welcome.
we're going to start with questions. What were you going to say, Teresa?
It
No,
was
I was just
Sandy. I
saying
was gonna,
welcome.
Oh, thank
Okay.
you.
and I'm saying, guys, I'm not in the chat right now. I'm uploading. I will be there as soon as I'm done.
Sandy's
All
going to
right.
be busy. And so I'm going to ask him some questions. And start with the interview then. I think there's enough people in the chat now.
There's a lot. I'm in
Okay,
there.
great. All right, then. Go ahead and first question then is going to be, hold on 2 seconds here. Okay. So, Damian, when did you first become aware of the Mandela effect?
Oh, I'm being interviewed tonight?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, I'm just kidding. um, you know what? Right around the time Teresa did, November of 2016.
All right. Okay, and what was the first Mandela effect ME that made you realize that this was more than just a trending YouTube topic?
The ME was not that gentle to me. I got hit with a barrage all at once. I don't know what took me there, but I ended up on a video by Jacob Israel. And it's one he put out in summer of 2016, and it had like 40 or 50 Mandela effects in it. And I remember pulling up his video. At first, I was kind of wondering who's this car salesman, but started getting into it, and everything he brought up, absolutely everything, hit me. And I'm like, yeah, that's different. From life is like a box of chocolates to Coca-Cola to Kit Kat to Skechers to Depends, Staples, Ford. He just went on, and every single one. So I was just floored, and I'm like, what's going on? And from there, it was about 3 days of no sleep and just effect after effect, and trying to figure out what was happening, and kind of having my life turned upside down.
Yeah, that could deal. Yeah, a lot of times it'll be just a whole list of stuff, and you're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. And then I realized at that time, because I started thinking too, that's kind of when I woke up, but I realized that there were so many times in my past that I had realized things had changed. I remembered Staples, looking at Staples in 2013. I was sitting in a parking lot and going, what's that replaced the L? And not knowing what it was, and took a while to figure out it was a bent staple, and wondering where the block letter L went, and same thing with J.C. Penney back in, I think it was in 2008. We went down to Evil Disneyland, and I noticed, when did that get an EY? And it didn't make much sense at all. Like, why would they change that? And thinking it must be a marketing change, but couldn't figure out why, and thinking about it for quite a while. But then again, kind of just, with nothing to validate what I was looking at and thinking about, I just kind of forgot it and went on, and had instances like that throughout my life, going back as far as the earliest one I can remember at this point is in the mid to late 70s, was with McDonald's. And I can remember the experience of asking my mom, we were in the car, and asking her, when did they change? And of course she said, they haven't changed. And still remember that. So.
And that's scary too, when people don't share that with you. That you realize they've always seen everything the same way, and you're different. I don't know. Yeah, I know.
But didn't really realize either what was going on, and just came up with rationalizations of maybe why things were changing, whether they were marketing changes or not even knowing, and just kind of, like people do when they're not awake, or don't notice, right? Just kind of shrugged it off and thought, well, reality can't change.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I was thinking marketing changes all the time until it I've done the graphic design work, and I realized that could be a little costly to just move a letter over or something. It doesn't make sense.
No, definitely.
That at all. I'll just leave it at that. Okay, so the next question. What are your top 3 anchor MEs?
Oh, so you know what? This is another tough question just because I'm impacted by so many and so many anchor memories. But I mean, whether it's Dolly's braces or Sally Field's famous speech or Rodney King's, can't we all just get along, or South America being where it's not supposed to be. I have so many, but you know what? Besides those anchor memories, I'd say the three changes that really solidified in my mind that something was going on and that there was no doubt was, I'd say the number 3 was seeing Mickey's tail change and actually appear overnight. It was the first time I'd seen a change in a very short period of time. And I had been researching the suspenders the night before and had created a PowerPoint presentation with, and kind of had one with the suspenders and made those, and the other one without. And he didn't have a tail in my PowerPoint or anywhere I was looking online. And next morning got up and went to do a little more research, trying to find some suspenders, and just about fell off my chair when I noticed that they all had tails. And noticing his tail looked a lot like Pluto's, and I'm like, what's going on? And looked in my PowerPoint, and both of them had tails. And so that's when I really realized that, okay, this isn't memory. This isn't something with, like it kind of removed that doubt. The second thing was, basically I saw, not only online, but in real life, a very, very well-known national brand here in Canada, a gas station called Petro-Canada. And there was a change to it, so I was checking it out, and it had a second change within about an hour and a half of seeing, of researching it and looking at it live. Within an hour and a half, that all changed, and it floored me. And especially going back to the gas station where I was just there an hour and a half before, and the sign way up in the sky changed, the signs on top of the overhangs over above the pumps and in the windows, and just it was hard to believe. And then the biggest one was seeing Darth Vader's mask change in real time. And it happened in about 5 or 6 steps in about a minute and a half, and just kept changing over time. And I kind of had an experience with that at the end too. So where it really felt like whatever was making the changes kind of let me know that it was aware that I was aware. And so it shook me to my core.
Wow.
And I can honestly say that changed me and my perspective for life.
Yeah. It's just there's so much we don't know, about reality and everything.
For sure.
And when did you create your channel?
You know what? When did I create it? It would have been shortly after that, or even before that. I think I had a channel. I haven't done videos ever. I spent so much time actually just researching, and a ton of time, looking for residue, trying to figure out what was going on, looking for patterns, even doing experiments and that observational experiments and trying to catch things. And I was afraid to get into doing videos because I know how much time it takes and I know how much work and effort it is to put them together. And I thought, if I go down that rabbit hole too and start doing that, I have 2 boys that I'm raising on my own, and at the time, 5 years ago, they needed me to be there, so I just stayed away from it just so I wouldn't, because I'm a kind of 150% person or nothing, and I thought if I do it, I'm going to end up not having any time with them, and that wasn't right either. So I kept it to research, and just participated a bit along the way. So I've never made videos, or I wanted to, but
not everyone has the time and stuff to do videos. I know it's a job. Okay. And let's see. In your opinion, what do you believe is causing the Mandela effect to happen?
Boy, that's the question of the day, isn't it? That's the main one. It's really difficult to answer. simply because I honestly believe yet at this point that no one, including myself, can be 100% sure that we know what it is. But I've found over time, and I'm sure that one of our, the great theories that are out there, one of our theories is probably correct, or maybe even multiple. I find it easier to actually try and defend what I don't think it is, just because it's easier to identify things that just don't fit. For example, I have a hard time believing it's just time travel by itself.
Mm-hmm.
There's just too many changes that, like geography changes. I mean, it takes 10,000 years to move a kilometer, a continent. So that doesn't happen over, and how can somebody go back in time and change that? Or the anatomy changes, or changes in the sun, the sky, the moon. I just don't see how that could explain it in itself. Same thing with, I don't believe it's 100% natural. Because there's an intelligence behind it. There has to be. There's too many things that are pointed in that direction. And I think there's a few things I'll share tonight if I get the opportunity that'll even point that out more. But like when I saw Darth Vader's mask change, it's done in such a way that it's made to look like it's reflected light. Like it could just be light reflecting off his black, a glossy mask. And until you start to look at it closer, it's very easy to miss it and look at it that way. It wouldn't be done, just the way things are done, and some of the changes, how they happen. It just, yeah, no, definitely. And or even things like how the Bible's changing, the KJV especially, and the grammar changes and the impact on words and nonsensical. Why just target that one book? If that was happening and it was natural, it would happen across a lot of books, if not all. It would be a standard thing. Like when fonts change, whatever you use that font changes. But there's too many things like that just, to me, there's got to be intelligence behind it. And they're just done with such subtleness and
from what you're saying, it kind of sounds like a Matrix situation. I don't know.
Well, and it could be, definitely. And I mean, it's not, I don't look at it as a computer matrix like made up of zeros and ones.
Right,
and, it's definitely matter, and it's made up of quantum material. And definitely, again, at that point, again, then if that's the case, there's intelligence behind that can manipulate that. And it's not man, I don't think. And again, these are my opinions, but I just don't think, it doesn't mean that maybe whatever is doing this can't use all of these things. Maybe it's using time travel. Maybe it's, changing realities. Maybe it's using a multiple number of these to accomplish what it wants as an end result.
I'm sorry to interrupt. If it was man, that I don't think they could make a building disappear, for example. All of a sudden, somebody's reality just changed, and there's these, how are they going to deal with those?
Yeah, no, I just can't see it either. And I mean, that can point in two directions. To me, right now, it kind of points in two directions. It's God and it's spiritual, or there's some higher intelligence life out there that's maybe using that also to, as a background. I mean, the issue is every one of us, and me included, we're all affected by our beliefs, our values, our upbringings, our experiences, indoctrinations that we've gone through, and education, and you name it. I was raised a Christian, so it's hard not to have that impact my belief system and where I'd lean towards. I've always tried to keep open though, and realize you really don't know what it is. But I know from the things I've seen so far and changes I've seen and the impact of certain things and things that are targeted, that at this point I am leaning towards spiritual. And, there's a spiritual battle going on, and it seems to be happening in everything. And the biggest common denominator that I see in all of it is confusion and doubt, and mostly division being created, even to the subtleness of fighting among, what's causing it, to fighting about something's changing or not. Or you look at everything that's happening in our lives right now, it all kind of is leading to division.
You think? Because to me, it seems like it's not. It's funny because it seems like it's non-threatening to me. But yeah, there. I suppose if you look at it that way, there are some things that are negatives for sure.
I mean, I stay positive. I do think it's both, and I know that's kind of. I think that's your next question, isn't it, or one of them, um, about being positive or negative, and I'm kind of answering that. But I think it's really both, because I mean, in the end, I mean, I do see a lot of negative things with the changes. Some seem benign and not. And in the end, even if it is a spiritual battle, I know who wins. But I think there's going to be, maybe a lot that happens in between that is stressful and is hard to take and is hard to see. And I don't think it's ended. I mean, I think it's
No, yeah.
there's more to come.
Oh, yeah, it's too big for that. Yeah. And okay. All right. Well, good. The next question: do you believe there is a common thread or attribute among those affected?
It's an interesting question too. I mean, it seems like a lot of us are very empathic, and we're the types of individuals who are really curious and still ask those why questions. We want to know the answers. We want to know why things are happening and the big questions, and open-minded basically about possibilities enough to explore. Those seem to be common threads with the ones that stop long enough to look at it to realize, hey, something is going on. Again, sometimes it's hard though to relate the cause and the effect, and whether or not those are things, that really are common threads, or is it just there. But I know those are some things I've seen over time that it seems to be common among everybody.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do you see the Mandela effect as a negative or positive phenomenon? And do you think it is beneficial to the affected in any way? You might.
So again, both. Yeah, basically both.
Okay. All right. If you wanted to add anything, then yeah, I agree with you too. It doesn't seem like just one or the other.
I look at things like the sun as an example, and I don't like it. I mean, I miss the warm yellow sun that we used to have, and it seemed like it would embrace you. And now you go out and it bites your skin and it hurts your eyes, and it just doesn't feel good to me. And I look up, and that's probably one of the hardest things. You look up and I just go, this isn't where I used to be. And I have a hard time thinking about that as positive, or some of the changes too, just, they seem inferior, like the result. They weren't what they were once, and they seem better the way they were. But again, on the other hand, if this is a path that we have to go on and it's been foretold and it's just part of the path of getting there, then in the end, maybe it will lead to something good.
It's funny because the sun has a lot of signs, from what I've read, to a dying sun.
Mm-hmm.
How is that? I mean, if we switched, if we changed places in the universe or went to a parallel Earth, there could be a lot of differences like that, like in the ages of the sun and the stars, the planet, everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's different in those ways. So it's like it's interesting because it just seems like the other sun was younger because it was like a nice golden color, and this one is just, what do they call that, the white dwarf or something.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot, but yeah. So I'd add that. And has the Mandela effect affected your personal life and relationships in any way? For example, angering friends and family. And do you know anyone who is also affected that you can talk to about the ME?
Well, I mean, definitely it affects relationships, I find, because I just find it hard to I just find, topics that other individuals want to talk about. They're talking about shows that are on TV or movies or this or that. It just seems so unimportant. And so it's hard to actually get into it and be part of that. And, you want to talk more about the important things and what seems to be important at this point. So it definitely affects, I think, relationships in terms of that. And it's definitely, early on in trying to bring it up with family and friends, and you'd see angry outbursts and just different responses, and that I learned very quickly, not to be quite so forward with it, and find different ways to approach it with people. My mother, of course, listens, and she sees the changes, but she's old enough too that I think to her, it's just she'll be taken care of, and so she's not worried about it. But she does talk to me about it. Just it's interesting though, because I found people that see the changes, they recognize that, but it's very difficult to find. I find people like us and people like who are in the chat and in our community that where it takes you to the point where you just keep questioning, and it's hard to believe people don't want to talk about it, and that the whole world should be talking about this right now. It's the biggest thing that's ever happened. It's hard to find those people. This is another reason why I don't think it's natural, because we're so spread out. And over the 5 years I've never found anybody locally or around that you can actually go sit and talk for hours about it, or have great conversations. And I know of a few individuals who do have that opportunity with their spouses, but it's far and few between, and we really seem to be spread out. And so again, that's where I have a hard time believing it's a natural thing, because if it was natural, that wouldn't happen. It'd be random.
Do you think maybe there's some kind of fakery, or we're being deceived somehow by others? Like they're either don't know or do know something and they're not saying, or
It could be.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think. I think this is beyond most men and women, and it goes way beyond that. I think anyway, and
I think it may be more complex than we may realize. I've often thought that, because it's not obvious what's going on. It's you can't just simplify it into say, oh, okay, it's this. You just can't. It's like it's something really big.
Definitely. Preliminal saying it best right now in the chat.
Find it,
So.
Okay, then. And next question: have you ever observed any changes happen in real time, whether an image changing in front of you? I guess you already answered that. In front of you, in real time, geographical changes.
So definitely I have several things. And it's interesting, because I find with the real changes, it's rare that you see something actually kind of morph right in front of your eyes. And when you do, it's just like you can't focus on it. It's just kind of, you see it the one way, and then all of a sudden it kind of goes out of focus, and all of a sudden it's back, and you're like, did I see that? I thought I know it wasn't that way. But I find it's usually quick, either like you blink, or you snap an image back and forth or look back and forth, and it'll be changed. And so it's that quick, and you can blink and miss it. And like I said, even if you see it, you're kind of like, you don't even know if you kind of question, did I see it? I know it was different, but
yeah, I know what you mean. Let's see. Have you experienced any changes in yourself, such as changes to your appearance, health, personality, etc., since becoming affected?
Yeah, I actually had a kind of a birthmark, or not really a birthmark, but a blemish on my leg, on my thigh, and about the size of a quarter. And it was raised about 1 millimeter or 2 millimeter, and had that for like 25 years. And all of a sudden, and this was after I became affected, all of a sudden it started going away. And within about a week and a half, it was gone. And you can't even tell there was anything there. So that was interesting. And I mean, definitely your psyche and your attitude and your thoughts, you change. Now, whether or not that's just because of going through all this and everything you see, or whether it's actually affecting, I mean, definitely some of the body changes, I see those, and do think they've changed and had weird pangs and pains, and my leg would vibrate and just, it was weird, and feel like you're kind of just, the best way I describe it is just out of sync. You feel like everything's kind of, you're basically in between. Strange feeling, but
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, I know some people have thought, that maybe they're like transferred into another body or something, that's just the same but different, like I don't know, these theories. But yeah, see, my problem is I don't want to, because I'm getting older, I don't want to mix it up with, age stuff related.
Exactly. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't want to get them all mixed up. And I know my body's changing, and I can't call it an ME if I don't know.
No, exactly. So
All right. And have you, let's see, have you experienced ringing in the ears, sleep disturbances, change in your sleep patterns, or any other changes in your behavior since becoming affected?
yes, the ear ringing for sure. I never had that before, and it's not. It's interesting because I also noticed, and again, you sit there and you wonder, is it age? Is it, something else? But it doesn't seem like tinnitus. It's, it's, again, it seems like deliberate, and it's, different tones that come on, and it just doesn't seem like it's something, other than that. But I do notice that my ears seem more sensitive than they ever were. So again, whether that's age and it just changed really quick, or if it's something due to this, which I do think it is, I find it's very, like if I clap really loud or something, they're much more sensitive now than they were before. And I can't see them changing that quick like they did. So I don't think it's tinnitus.
Right. Yeah, it is just different from that. I know.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, sleeping, you know what? I didn't have issues up until about the last few months. But again, I'm wondering if that's contributed to all this lockdown and all this other stuff. And because before that I didn't. But lately definitely seems to be harder. So it's interesting, something I've just noticed.
Okay. And in your opinion, do you think that the MEs are slowing down, speeding up, or vary throughout the year?
Definitely, it varies on a consistent, basis. But I do believe, I know from the time from November 2016, for me, still, definitely the peak, the quickest and the most changes I saw were in early spring, late summer and teen. It was crazy. It was just, things were changing so fast. And I know there's people, maybe even some here in the chat, but I know you could actually pinpoint it to changes were happening on Saturday nights. And some of the biggest things I had where I saw real time were Saturday nights too. And I did not realize that till after the fact. But it was crazy. It was going so fast and speeding up so much that I thought something was going to happen by fall that year. It was just going to culminate, and something had to happen. And then all of a sudden, it just kind of stopped in the summer, and just almost completely stopped up until almost December, and then picked up again. And I found after that it seemed to be kind of peaks around December, and then the spring again. And again, recently, I've noticed in the last little while, it seemed to pick up again. Here we are, though, again in late spring. I never thought about that until after, and I thought, oh, yeah, we are here again. But definitely it seems to come in waves. And within the last 6-8 months, I'd say more sporadic waves. Like it seems to come in a bunch of things and then nothing.
I see them all the time. It seems to me, I'm so affected that I think that I'm affected by every single one of them, it seems, and it just hasn't slowed down for me. It's been constant.
I think they are happening all the time, definitely.
Yeah.
But I definitely think they pick up speed and slow down, and I seemed to,
You think, yeah.
it seemed for that, and that was my perception. And again, you know what, my perception could be skewed. It's just one
No,
perception, and it's biased too because I only see what I see, and
yeah.
so it's
It's
hard to
like
know.
no one's right or wrong.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just, it's different realities and everything. So yeah,
But
I
it definitely comes in waves. I think that's pretty much, I think most people agree with that. And
I just want to mention when people say they're it's slowing down or they're not seeing any MEs, I never know what they're talking about because it's just constant for me. I'll see something and or hear about something and it's like, okay, another one,
mm,
That's what it feels like anyways. It's just but of course that's different for everyone, That definitely
mhm,
I think so. And but yeah, in waves that does make sense though, for sure. And because there were some huge ones that you see online, and then all of a sudden you don't see any. I know what you mean.
mhm. Like even basic general reporting, because like I said in 17, like they were just flying out left and right, and then there were so many channels reporting different ones, and it was just everywhere. And like I said, you could actually pick up trends in that where I found you could pinpoint and see those trends and actually catch things changing. I find that harder now um, because it doesn't seem as constant to me. Like I said, back then it was daily and it was just, it was just crazy. Um, like I said, to the point where I was sure something was going to happen by fall. Like it couldn't just keep getting faster and faster. But again, that's my perception and what I
Right,
saw. So
of course. All right, and do you think the changes to weather, cloud patterns, natural disasters, etc., are related to the Mandela effect?
yes and no. So I do think there's probably changes just in our environment that are a result of changing climate and that, but definitely some I think are. And again, this goes beyond weather, but from the sun, the moon, the change in Earth's geography, the clouds, and just the number of clouds and the way they look, and the atmosphere. And I really do believe the atmosphere now is thinner, and that the Earth is smaller, and so the atmosphere is actually thinner. Um, and plant life and animal life that we see, and that definitely. And then one thing I've noticed here, and I don't think it's climate change, is I think it has to do more with, again, some of those other changes that are happening to the geography in our world, is that it was never windy here. I've lived here 30 years, and I'm always bragging how there's no wind. It's so calm here all the time. We rarely get a wind, maybe a little breeze. It's been windy every single day for the last 2 months, like every day. Like it's beyond normal.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we've moved, to a kind of a different area on the planet where that wind would be more prevalent. Um, I have a hard time accepting that that's just global warming or some other change. Um,
Oh.
so definitely, I think a lot of those changes are for sure.
For me, it's been like just before the ME became like a big thing, was discovered and everything. The clouds here were extra like threatening and stormy.
Hmm.
They were always like this amazing, and they were scary. They'd actually scare me at looking at them. I even have some films I filmed, and they're just plain threatening. And
Yeah.
I never see those anymore. I
No.
don't ever see them.
No. I just find there's no form to most of the clouds, and so many layers of clouds, and of course a lot of them so much lower. Um, and some of them look so matrixy, like they're repetitive lines and patterns and just things you never saw before.
Yeah, it is
And
different.
it's so
Undeniable.
different, and even the rainbow effects and just how the sky, and this is why again I think the atmosphere has changed in different ways because people are seeing different phenomena in different areas. you know a double rainbow used to be rare. Now I don't think I've seen a single rainbow in the last year and a
I know.
half, Everyone's a double rainbow.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you know, there's so many things like that that definitely, I think it's
Yeah.
been affected.
I just want to step in and say I haven't seen a single rainbow in about 10 years now.
10
if you
years.
look long
Wow.
enough, there's always a double.
Right.
It's
Right.
Wow.
you got to look long enough. Eventually, a double forms. It's
Really?
crazy. And it's always like this purple in the middle, like a purple color in the center that glows in between.
So common now.
Hmm.
Double ones.
Well, and that's the thing. And now you see like multiple rainbows, like that refractive kind of quality, almost every time too, where there'll be like 3 or 4 little rainbows side by side, or kind of overlapping. And like you said, you'll see a completely different color or light, like whether it's lighter underneath and on top, and just definitely different. Well, and the moon bows and the red rainbows. We had a red rainbow up here I didn't see it, but we had it one here where I live, and somebody captured it, and just all that craziness.
Mhm. Okay, and do you think the laws of physics are changing?
At this point, I don't think they are. I actually have a math and physics background from university, and taught it for years. So now everybody's going, "Oh, great, he's indoctrinated and brainwashed." And but with that being said, though, I think we're seeing a lot of different things and observing different reactions. But to me, it's still physics is reacting the same way and doing what it's expected to do. But we're going to see different results because the atmosphere has changed, what it's made up of, and the thickness, and just other attributes that change what we see. But in the end, I haven't seen any constants or things I've known change, like gravity, or again, all of the flat earthers are going to call me crazy, but that's okay. Gravity hasn't changed, which means if the Earth's smaller, that means the mass had to get bigger and other things, and we'd have to spin at a different. So you get into this thing again. That's where it points me to that there has to be intelligence behind, because there's no natural way that would all stay constant with those other changes. You'd see changes in some of those things. And you don't. It's like it makes these changes so subtly, but they're huge. But it tries to keep everything the same at the same time. So it's fascinating. But yeah, no, I don't think it is. So yeah. Anyway,
Would you like to go more on about the intelligence behind it? Because the next question is just, would you like to add anything to this? Maybe you could add that. What would you like to tell us?
well, I think that's where I've always tried to take everything I'm observing and experiencing, and what I hear from others and what they're experiencing, and MEs that are reported, and just kind of look at it and say, would this happen naturally, or wouldn't there be other changes with it? And just the way it's done, like I said, it seems to target it, and then whether you look at geography changes, just how the continents, and I mean, I've been watching Australia morph and change over the last 3-4 years, and other places, but it does it in little steps, so you don't notice. And it does things in ways, like I said, I'm pretty convinced the Earth is smaller than what it used to be. Whether you think of the changes in where you see the moon and sun set and rise, the color of the sun and the brightness of the moon now, more light is getting through the atmosphere. It's not being refracted and separated. You're seeing white then. And same thing when it's near the horizon. I mean, we used to have brilliant orange-red sunsets here where I am, because I live on the prairies. And the sun's barely yellow at the sunset. And I can remember, when I was a kid, looking in the rearview mirror in the car and just seeing this bright orange ball and red ball going down, and the whole sky on that side just being orange-red, and
just a shadow of what they used to be.
And to me, that's physics hasn't changed. Light still reacts the same way, but the atmosphere's changed, so that's definitely changed that. The lower clouds, just the way the continents are, they're trying to make it look the same and fit in the same planet, but again, it can't, because it's smaller, and it's just, it's mind-boggling, all the changes that have to occur to keep other things constant and at least similar.
Yeah, really.
And so that's where I have a hard time believing it could just be a natural thing, because you'd see those things change too.
It's definitely alike but different, but And you said you'd mentioned an intelligence. Do you think that, like, we're just discussing a matrix? I know they're not the hardcore kind, but that maybe an alike kind, but not the same. But to the matrix, or a, you know, like aliens experiment, anything like that? You
I mean,
think?
it could be. I can't say 100% it isn't. I mean, my heart right now points in the direction that this is a spiritual battle, and it's God, and this is the devil's domain. And again, he wants to be like that and trying, making those changes. And again, I'm biased though because of my upbringing in that, and I realize that. But it's truly what I believe in my heart. But on the other hand, I think the other possibility, yeah, what if it is just a higher intelligence, high
Mhm.
enough that it can manipulate, and it's, who knows, maybe we're in some type of aquarium, and or
Right.
matrix that they have us in,
Such an
and
incredible thing. You would think there would be, like, um, observers of some kind, like that would, another, how should I say, it's something, somebody would know what was going on, but yet we may not be, like, at that level of, to be able to understand, or I don't know. It's just,
mm-hmm,
it makes me wonder all the time, what more, so much we don't know, and what more there can be, the possibilities that, I really, like you, I don't think it's just people or men that are doing this, because it's incredible and complex. It's like, nobody can really make a, building change or disappear, and then, stuff like that. It's just not, it wouldn't make sense. I mean,
mm-hmm.
I've often, you know it seems for me it bounces back from AI to just plain nature itself,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't have any, you know set beliefs or anything. So, and I think that, maybe it just happens to all life, and that reality changes. I don't know.
And again, it could, because I'll be the last person to say 100% that no, it's this or that. Um, yeah, we just don't know enough. Like I said, I could be a combination of all these things, and something's using all those things for a means to an end. Um, and that's why they seem to fit so well in certain circumstances. But I find other circumstances they don't. They fall apart.
Hmm.
So it's fascinating. Um, definitely.
Definitely. And it makes you wonder. I don't know if I told you, I had ever heard of my black hole theory. For a while there, I was real interested in the, um, just reading articles about, space and black holes, and, you know, I'll read stuff about science, but I, have to believe. I'll believe what I want, but, um, it does fit in a lot of ways that we may be at the edge of one, or actually in one, just because the fact that space time has changed and laws of physics changed, and it's just such a mystery.
Yeah,
So
no, there definitely could be something out there affecting us.
yeah,
Like I said, there's so much to it. It's so hard it's not clear. It's very, but like I said, it seems like that's the thing. It's so confusing and so complex that, again, I have a hard time believing it's just natural.
mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, because
to
it does, like, it's deliberate messages to us. So,
And that's the thing too. There seems to be messages in a lot of it. It's hard to deny that. Just
uh, I
again, you can read into it what you want, but you think, well, why? Why would just R's and A's, like why 80% of RNAs that have ever existed next to each other, capital RNAs, why are they connected now?
yeah,
Like, why? Like, there's no rhyme or reason in any reality just to say, well, let's just connect these two letters. And there's so many patterns like that, or the half T's, and like that's what I mean. The only common thread I see is people, getting people to talk about those, and even the ones that see it, and trying to lead it to an argument over what's causing it. And I've seen that affect our community, and kind of saw it coming early on, because at first we were also overwhelmed by everything. Everybody just reached out to everybody else. And it's like, oh, you're experiencing what I am. We're all in this together. And it was really incredible. But as we kind of got beyond that stage and then started looking into what's causing this, and then all of a sudden it started dividing different groups of it's this, no, it's not, it's this. And because none of us know, and we're all affected by our own biases, it's going to be hard, not for it to lead to that. And I hate to see that too, because it's been an incredible community.
And yeah, I will start to work up a belief in my head and start believing it, and then I'll just let it go, and then believe something.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, I'm like, wait a second, which one is? So it's like totally unknown.
For sure. And I mean, I know, and I was quite verbal about the conference that happened recently, and it wasn't that I'm not open to hearing different ideas and different thoughts on it and that, but I really get defensive, I find, and maybe this is how this has changed me, when somebody comes out really strong and says, this is what it is, and this is the answer, and this is what's causing it, and, and convincing, trying to, and I get it on one hand, but then on the other hand, we need to support the whole community. And again, I don't want to get into what that is, but
see,
it's hard. It's really a hard thing to.
If they're real into, that's when people can be a little ignorant if they just believe one way and that's it, because there's no way they can know, that's.
Well, you get extremists and everything, right? And usually that's where issues come up, whether it's religion or beliefs in any manner, I think.
And I love the way people there's some good videos out there. They'll put out theories, and I love when they say, but they really don't know, because it's so true. They don't know. So they, just throw the information out, but you don't have to pretend to know, 'cause it's just
exactly.
That's the way you should state it, because otherwise, I don't know.
I mean, and that's why I'm careful, because I have my beliefs, what I think it is at this moment, but that may change. I mean, if I see more things that start pointing in a different direction, that could very well change. And again, I don't think just because I feel strongly that's what it is, it may not be. And I think it's arrogant to think that way too strong. Sometimes you stick with your beliefs and kind of have to go with it, but
and
for sure.
Yeah, because that could help you too. So. All right. Is there anybody in the chat that wants to ask Damian any questions?
I have 3 questions so far.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with them. The first one is True TNT, who probably didn't expect me to read this out loud, but I'm going to.
Oh, you can. I know what to expect now.
Do you remember the North Pole being a fellow Canadian?
I did see that question go through. You know what? It's not an anchor memory for me, but I do believe there was land there. And the reason I believe there was land there, because I do have these fleeting images of seeing it on, whether it was like National Geographic shows or, up talking about the North, but it's hard to know if they were just on ice or actually on land too. And there's tundra up north, of course. But the reason I believe that is because, to me, the real me, and this is actually one of my biggest pet peeves and has been ever since it came up, is that the ice is still there, 100%. I know people that have flown over it not that long ago. The ice is still there. They don't show it. The me is that they don't show it on maps and globes and atlases. And the reason they don't show it, their rationale is that they don't show anything. If there's no land underneath, then they won't show it, because it's really just part of the water. And that's what changed, because to me, when I was young growing up, I saw it. They had the ice on globes. They had it in atlases and saw it a million times. It used to be there. So I do think there was land there at one point. And yeah, there is no more. And again, That's why you don't see it on maps and globes, and you will find it if you look hard enough online. You can find sites that are monitoring it. It does shrink a lot in the summer now, and it probably will completely disappear at some point. But so my answer is yeah, I do remember that. I think not strongly. It's not 100% anchor memory, but I do think it was there.
Okay. The next question is this. All of the rest of the questions I have right now come from Propagate This Light. The first one is, do you believe the Earth is located in a different area, or did we somehow move to a different Earth?
I mean, I always tell myself I'm not where I feel like we've been moved somehow. But again, that could be that maybe the planet did move, but then change. But my instinctive answer is I don't feel like I'm where I grew up. It feels like a different place. It doesn't feel real in the sense that it used to. So,
guys, if you have any questions, just put a Q : and then your question in the chat. All right. Last question that I have right now. Do you think that our consciousness is altering reality? Again, also from Propagate the Site.
yeah, no, this is one, and this is probably why I had a hard time with the conference. Because if I'm honest about this one, I really don't. I don't think we're controlling it. Perception might have something to do with it, which might lead to our conscious. And you know what? And I might be completely wrong, but I just don't feel that is the answer. I don't feel like I'm controlling this. I never asked for any of this. It came to me. And I don't think there was a collective consciousness trying to change it too, because these things happen without, it's after the fact. It's not like, and I've had people on that side, and maybe this is, and I'm probably biased with this, and I'll explain a little bit more, but, I've had people even in chats all in the last 5 years. Oh, you wait, we're going to make this change, and 1984 the book's going to change, and you watch, and this is going to change. And every time I see them again, I bug them and say, oh, hey, this hasn't changed yet. Like, what's taking so long? I'm a little bit facetious with it. But I also had some personal experiences in my life with what I call a lot of New Age stuff. And so I'm definitely biased because I saw people get taken advantage of that maybe weren't mentally healthy and spend thousands of dollars. And again, I know it's not all like that. I really do. But it's definitely biased me. And so I get a little bit negative about it sometimes. But on the other hand, I really like looking into, different possibilities. Because again, some of it might be very true and right. But I just don't think we're creating it. I really don't.
Okay, that's. I don't see any other questions in the chat. So, I mean, if they put some in. Oh wait, one just popped up. Wait a minute, it's True TNT.
I can see that. If I see a cat with a mustache, should I point or just smile? I'll just smile to yourself, True TNT.
I say let's move on to what you want to share with us. And if more questions pop up, I'll ask.
Sure. Sounds good. And I'm watching the chat. I did see all those questions go through. More than happy to answer anything. As little as my viewpoint really matters, but it is another viewpoint to consider and throw in the mix. I did bring some stuff to share. Some of it's old, some of it's new, some of it's old stuff that I think really hasn't been shown a lot. Some of it I'm showing it again because some of the residue that I've found with it and I think is really interesting. So I'm just going to share my screen.
And
Wait,
Damian, are you familiar with the human resonance?
Yes. The human resonance? Or the Schumann? Oh, the Schumann resonance? Yes, definitely I am.
Propagate is saying that second question about the conscious question was in reference to that.
Well, and this is where I do get into that end, where, I know everything's vibrating and everything has a frequency. It's physics too. That's what you learn. And everything vibrates at a certain resonance. And I think we do too. And I think there is a lot about energy and matter and frequency that are interrelated. 100%. Now, how that all fits together, Again, I know there's a lot to it. I just think in terms of, I don't know how to piece it together yet, I guess. I just, like I said, in the end, though, I don't think, I do think there's that vibration, and it has been affected. And I think that somehow is related and a kind of an indicator of when certain things happen, and you can see changes in that. But in the end, I just don't think it's leading to us causing the changes.
That's how I feel. Like when I see the resonance go crazy, for me, that's a sign that we're shifting and we're going to find a lot of new effects.
Mm-hmm. Or when your ears are ringing, or
it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I think the changes are external. I just don't think they're, it's us causing it. That's kind of my bottom line with it at this point, anyway.
Yeah.
Now, along the way,
Yeah,
if I
because a
see
lot-
things different,
I'm sorry.
sorry, I might change my tune too. But
Yeah, but see, a lot of the changes we hate. Why would we make that happen? Like, people hate the Ford logo looking the way it does. People hate Kit Kat not having a dash. People hate Berenstain Bears. They hate the white hat on Uncle Sam. Why would we have caused that change?
right.
It makes no sense. It
No,
doesn't
exactly.
make sense.
No, I agree. Somebody asked in the chat too, if do I have a personal ME to share? In the sense of personal MEs, I guess I always struggle with this question because I think I've had a lot of personal experiences with MEs, but I wouldn't call them personal in the sense that, it would only be something that I would know the change. It's changes to things around the environment. Like I told you recently, Sandy, about the trees, and their bark turning black. And I'm sure we'll get more into that at some point. Maybe not today, but and I've had personal experiences where I've seen things change in real time, where I really felt like when I was seeing a change that something was communicating with me. Like it showed me I had something happen that it was bizarre, and it involved the color purple, and basically it was too hard not to believe it was a message directed directly at me. Like either stop what you're doing, or I'm aware of what you're doing and that and so I've had personal me's in that sense, but nothing that only I would kind of know, or that I've recognized anyway. Any of my personal things, other than some things seem to disappear sometimes, and I know I've heard others talk about that, where I'm sure I knew where it was and then it seems to just appear again later. Again, before all this, I probably would have attributed that to poltergeists or ghosts or whatever. but yeah.
Okay, let's see. John Q asked a question. Do you think realistic AI robots live among us or clones?
Well, I definitely think there's highly intelligent AI already out there for sure. I mean, just based on what we're even told at this point, and some of the things that I've heard them working on, where they've had to unplug them and that. And if that's happening and we know about it, then I know there's a lot more happening even beyond that. Do I think there's actually? I'll tell you, you see some weird things. I know, like whether it was some bizarre ways that you saw Hillary Clinton acting, or just other individuals that make you scratch your head and definitely question, like, okay. At this point, I've come to question everything, and I think it's hard not to. Do I really think it's out there to that level at this point? I'm not 100% sold on it, but could be possible.
Okay, you want to get into your stuff?
Sure. So I'm going to just share my screen. Now, this is an old one. And actually, I know, and there's actually more than one thing with this, but I'm bringing it up because of the residue that I have attached to this. And Sandy, I know you've talked about this before, and I know I brought it up on Brian's channel ages ago, and Teresa was there. And I know that, again, there's several different changes with JAWS. And I kind of, one thing I did was I realized there's a video out there, the video that somebody made when he walked from one room to another, and all of a sudden the, Berenstain Bears would change to Berenstain Stain, and vice versa, and there was something else too, but which kind of gave that impression of how something changes in real life. And somebody mentioned the one change that Jaws had a bite out of the W. For me, the bite was out of the J and the A. But again, that's kind of just a memory I have of it. But if you watch this, what's on screen here right now, so I can kind of give you an idea what it's like to. I'm curious. Has anybody in the chat seen a change in real time? So where it literally changed in front of your eyes, or you blinked and it was changed. I'm curious if any others. I know a few here, and out of you, three have. But has anybody
Damian,
else? Yeah,
I'm freaking out right now. Did you edit this image?
maybe.
Oh, because
Okay.
Okay, so back on Brian's show, I covered the teeth.
I know you did, but I covered it like about 2-3 years ago as well
Okay,
on
did
Brian's
you change
show.
the teeth?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait,
God,
wait. Count to
bad.
Count to 3 and blink your eyes. So 1, 2, 3.
My
Is
God,
that
I'm
what you
like,
remember?
is he really saying
Wait,
that? And did the teeth change back?
is that what you remember?
Yes. I'm like, my God, what is up? I'm like, no, that's
Wait,
okay.
wait. You want to what? Flip
Ooh.
flops? Yeah, flip flops happen too.
Yeah, that's why I was scared a flip flop had happened, and it went
Oh
back,
wait,
and I'm
they're
like,
back.
wait, when did that
Wait, what's
happen?
going on? So yeah, you know
Yeah.
what? There's, whether you remember it, and again, I know you brought this up, and I know I noticed it ages ago too, that the teeth had definitely changed for me, and I'm like, there is no way. For me, what does the chat remember? And again, if you've seen this in the last little while, you're gonna, you're most likely gonna remember the way it is now. If you haven't seen it for a long time, or
can remember the random razor blades. It's just random.
I know, right? I mean, it was always the right one for me, always. It was
And not to
realistic,
mention, the
but it's
actual
not, right?
shark, the actual animatronic shark looks like the right, not the left.
Well, yeah, all sharks do, right? And if you think back to when this was made, I mean, this was made in 1975. Their goal was trying to make it realistic. To scare people back then, the idea was make it real because they're going to be afraid to go into the water. The more real you make it, the more scarier it'll be. Just make it bigger. Those sickle-like teeth didn't come out until you saw shows like Deep Blue Sea or Sharknado, or where they even tried to make sharks scary. Hey, they live in the snow sharks, and silliness where let's make them even scarier than real life because they don't have sickle teeth. They don't have like knife blades. Like you said, sharks have triangular teeth, and I remembered them being like that, and so I was really on the hunt for good residue. And I mean, there's tons out there. Whether it's just looking for things that represent sharks, or the show, or the shark itself, Bruce, or covers of books or movies. There's tons out there.
That's nice.
But I'll tell you, the one piece. This is probably the best evidence I've found and best residue that I've found in the 5 years that I've looked for residue, because one, it comes right from the original source. So it's the actual original shark. And two, it comes from Steven Spielberg himself. And what it is when Jaws came out and when Star Wars came out after, 2 years later, I think, Star Wars surpassed it in terms of video sales. And Steven Spielberg and George Lucas started a little thing between them where Steven Spielberg published this ad in papers and magazines. I remember when it came out, and basically published it across North America in different things. It was in black and white like this, but it was incredible. And what I found most incredible about it is they there's no need for them to change the images. They took the actual image. They took, R2D2 as is. I mean, that's a picture of him. They took the actual shark right from the poster. And I keep waiting for the teeth to change on this.
That's great.
And so to me, like I said, and then what I don't have Photoshop right now, but I think you guys know O3 or OC3P, I think it is, or I can't remember his name now. Anyways.
OP3 Crimson.
OP3 yeah. Crimson, thank you.
OP3 Crimson.
I had him. I said, you know what? Those teeth, that is the same shark. Those, his mouth will fit identically into the poster. And it does. Like, he didn't edit it any other way than simply cutting that out and plopping it right in. Mm-hmm. And it fits perfect. And, and again, there was no need for Steven Spielberg to change the picture for any reason. All they did was add the fishing rod and the hook and the scenery. And I remember that when it came out and I had a good laugh. And then, it continued, right? So when, George Lucas sent one back to Steven, and again, when E.T. surpassed Star Wars. But again, they didn't have to change the characters in any way. So they kept it, identical. So to me, this was just such huge residue because it was actually the same shark, just with the right teeth, and it didn't get changed for some reason. So to me, it was a huge, huge find. And I found very interesting. Though now you look on every video, every movie poster, there's those sickle teeth. Interesting related to it is that the original artist who's pictured here, the original artwork disappeared. And it was the same artwork. Man. It just disappeared. No one knows where it is.
That's weird.
Yeah, it just completely disappeared 45 years ago today. Oh, well, not today. But, and I saw some people chatting that when this came out, and maybe it's changed for them. But
Preliminal remembers it coming out in 74, not 75.
That's interesting. I find those ones hard. I'm not good at the dates unless something actually happened that year that creates an anchor memory for me. I'm not good with dates to that degree unless it's like the year I graduated or something I can fit with it. But I found it very interesting that the artwork disappeared for sure. The next one is.
Hey.
Welcome back, Teresa.
Oh, she's back. So here's for those of you that remember the dog.
Sorry.
Are you eating Doritos? Oh, she's on mute again.
Teresa? Okay.
She needs to eat some more. It's okay. So some of you remember the bite marks, and some people say the W. I remember it on the J and the A, like this. I do have a memory of that. It's not really strong, but it does look familiar. So pick your choice, which one you remember. But definitely the teeth have changed for me. So here's one for the chat. None of you probably will know what this is or what it stands for because it's regional. But what letters do you see?
UFA.
UFA.
UFA? LFA?
Anyone else in the chat besides me? What letters are on the screen, guys?
I saw LFA.
Hey, True TNT is definitely a Canadian.
UFA too. Either one.
Yeah, I mean, I see this and I see LFA. This one really rocks me because this is actually a company that is from the area that I live. It's the United Farmers of Alberta. And there's no way this logo was like, this is from the 80s, 1980s. And they sponsored I used to play ball, and they sponsored my ball team. And our uniforms did not look like this. There was a lowercase a, there was an F, there was a U. They were not connected like this at all. It just blew my mind. So, I mean, this was a personal one in the sense, I guess, asking about personal me's. Just rocked me when I was looking at my own photos and discovered this. And I said, there is no way it did not look like that. We didn't connect letters. So that was a weird one for me. So there's a personal one. There's the actual building in where I grew up, my hometown. And again, the sign, and it never looked like that, ever. It's just so bizarre. You can't tell what it is.
Like, no, you can. That's the thing. What we can, because we're constantly looking at these
well, now we
merging.
can. Exactly.
I knew it was a you because that's what they're doing now.
Well, yeah.
Like, it's crazy. 80s. I can't believe that's from the 80s.
I mean, in the 80s, it was block letters. You use white space. I did marketing too, like you, Crystal, and graphic design. And you just didn't do it. You used white space. You used clear. If you couldn't read it, they said you're doing it completely wrong. If they can't tell who you are, you're doing it. Now anything goes, it seems like. And this is also leading that, I think, with all these changes. But it's so bizarre to look back. And this was actually a document, my grandfather's. He still had it. And because I remembered seeing these all the time, and I said, do you happen to have any in a box somewhere? And sure enough, in his basement somewhere, found it. And I thought, I can't believe this. And again, it just always, it's one thing to see it online. It's one thing to see it in photos, but when it's in real life and things actually changing, it just takes it to that next level. And it's a good question. Why are the letters connected? Again, what's the message behind it? That and all the merging that's happening. And I don't know if this was you, Sandy, that said it or somebody said it. And I agree. I think the entire alphabet eventually is going to change.
Yes, Sandy.
Yep, I said that.
And you're not going to, I remember when you were saying that, I thought, you know what? I think the same thing, because every letter has been affected one way or another. And I've really been interested in the letter changes over the last 5 years, and I've been tracking them. And just everything's been affected, and some a lot more than others. And some almost entirely, like 95% of those letters have been changed that way now, present and past. Like the slanted lowercase e's, which you can see on this one as well, in farmers. It's everywhere.
One of these days, I may do a live stream now. Now that I can stream, but I may need your guys' help, because you have a computer to present for me. Do a live stream just on the letters. That way we can catch people up.
You know what? Seriously, you could do it.
Little Johnny doesn't know anything about the merging letters.
Exactly.
Which we will be covering more tonight. Don't worry. But apparently, in this reality, they like to merge letters. And then in my past, just like Damian, just like Curiouser, negative space was a thing. You didn't merge. You wanted your message to be clear and concise. Those golden arches are noticeable because they're clear and concise. They're not merging in with the rest of the word. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything needed to stand out. You have a second to catch people's attention. Yeah. A second to sell your product. You don't want to be merging letters so people don't know what the name of your company is. This is ridiculous. Yet this is our reality now. It's crazy.
And this example, and this will be the last one I do, and then let's get into some of your guys' stuff. But this example is a perfect example of that. This logo came out in 1975. I guess a Canadian. I'm really pumping Canadian stuff here tonight, but it's a well-known Canadian brand, and gas stations on every corner kind of thing. And it's been around since 1975 as well. And again, this came out, and when it did, it's like it's printed on here, where you had block letters, space, ample space in between where it's very clear to read. And this is how I remember it, 100%. This is how it was done. You had ample use of white space, and nothing was connected, nothing was touching. You could clearly read what it is. And I mean, something created, and it hasn't changed since 1975. Well, it has.
Sorry to interrupt, but did you see True TNT's comment? And I don't think
I did see that, and I'm looking at it, and I'm going, actually, it's always had a hyphen for me. That dash has always been there, but the dash is interesting here too, and you know what, you might think that now because the dash is pretty much gone, and I'll show you what I mean by that. This is so interesting because I learned some huge lessons from this too on how the effect works and how the phenomenon works, and I recorded all this. So this again was in 2017 when everything was just changing so fast. But April 15th, it was a Saturday. Again, a Saturday when we noticed things changing, and around 9:30, I saw a comment online from another Canadian, Tom Heekin, who I think a lot of you maybe know, and his channel. He basically said you got to check out Petro-Canada. The E and the T in Petro and the C and the A in Canada are connected. And I was like, no way, because I knew this logo really well. And so I went online, and sure enough, I looked at logos first, and every logo, every photo I looked, I have a membership with newspapers.com. I went back and looked at newspapers all the way back to 1975 and photos of gas stations. And sure enough, all the E's and T's and the C and A's were connected. This is a real logo. And it's very well known throughout Canada at gas stations everywhere. And sure enough, they were connected. And so I thought, I'm going to look for some residue. And so I did. I found a few. I found a few things posted online, old ads where everything was separated. And I thought, great. I knew it was this way. And this was about the extent of what I found. Maybe one or two more. And this was interesting because I found this shirt, and on the shirt, the E and the T are connected, but nothing else is. And found this button or tie pin or a coat pin. And again, written the way I remembered, with everything spaced out and really not connected. The interesting thing is they also have something for fleets and for big trucks called PetroPass. And it's still the way I remember the original logo being, and that's block letters, lots of spacing. And again, it matched the actual logo. Here's the weird thing. So that night around 10 o'clock, Saturday night, I went down to our local Petro-Canada gas station. I thought, I got to see, is this really just online? Or, and at that time, I think I was questioning still, is this mostly happening online? Is it digital? Is it AI changing things? Or is this happening in the real world too? And I went down there, and sure enough, looked at the big sign, looked at the, on the overhangs in the window. Sure enough, the E and the T and the C and A were connected. You'll notice I blocked out part of the picture because my picture actually changed. And so when I looked at it, here's what it basically looked like. So the E and T were connected, the C and A were connected, but the dash caught my attention. I sat there and looked at it, and I really paid particular attention to the dash. And the reason I paid attention to the dash is because we all know dashes have been affected heavily. That's one of the trends and patterns that you see. Things like U-Haul and Oral-B and Xbox and another company I found, Biorad, that I'd seen before. All the dashes have moved into the letters. And so
Or disappear completely, like Kit Kat.
Yeah. Or that's the other one. Ones like Kit Kat or A1 sauce, or where the dash just completely disappears. And then the other ones like Coca-Cola, where a lot of us remember asterisk, or what do you call it, in the middle, like a hyphen in the middle, but also a curved one. Or dashes changing to dots is another huge trend, past and present. And you can look at old products, and all of a sudden they have dots instead of dashes, and they had dashes. And so, of course, I really paid close attention to the dash. And I left, and I went back home. I took some pictures and went back home. And here's the weirdest part. It's about 11:15, so about an hour later. I went back online. I thought, I'm going to go look for some more residual of Petro-Canada with the letters not connected. Well, literally, I almost fell off my chair because I logged in. Of course, the first thing I brought up was logos, and this is what I saw. And the dash now almost completely moved into the O. Like it doesn't even make
Wow.
any sense from a marketing point of view.
Yeah.
You know, like you can't see it when you're on the, and this is where I thought maybe that comment came from True TNT, that there is no dash. Because honestly, you can barely see it. If you're not looking that close, you don't see a dash. But there's a little nub sticking out of every O in every gas station I've seen, and it just blew my mind. It was an hour later. And so I started going through and looking at images. And you know, right away I jumped in my car and I thought it's like 11:30 now. Jumped in my car, went back downtown, and again my mouth hit the floor because there I was staring at the sign that I just looked at an hour and a half earlier. And it's a big hard plastic sign. It's not a digital sign or anything. Looking at the hard plastic logos on top of the overhang, there was a marketing piece in the window. And so here it is, Petro Points. And every single one of them had changed within that hour and a half. So it blew my mind.
Yeah.
You know, I just sat there and looked at it and I thought, I can't believe it. Like it's, you know, and that was my first real big life, like, you know, real life and something hard and concrete changing, not just online or things I'd heard about. Now, here's something I learned really quick because I had done so much research an hour and a half earlier. And like I said, I had gone back through newspapers. I'd gone all the way back to 1975. I went back to exactly the same places. And every single one of them had changed. Photos, like we know that happened, right? But this was the first case where I started to realize this changes past and present, or at least now whether it's just changing it now or it really changes in past tense. You know, it's weird. I really, my instinct tells me it's actually changing back in time, and I think that has to do with how people see things change at different times. That it actually is changing throughout history, and depending when the veil's lifted over your eyes, you might be able to see it at a different time than somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how else to, you know, that's a weird part of the phenomenon that's really hard to rationalize and kind of even accept for
Sorry,
me.
I need to ask you a question.
But it's true.
Damian, can
Yes.
you go back one image?
Yeah.
How much is that gasoline?
Hang on here a sec. Oh, this is in Canadian, so it's per liter, not. It's
Okay.
hang on.
So that's cents. That's not in dollars. That's in cents,
Oops.
right?
That's in. Hang on. This one here, 50 cents. No, that was actual.
50.8 cents.
In 1985, I could fill up my Trans Am for $7. Fill it up.
Okay, no, I was thinking that was dollars for a minute. I was like,
No.
where
No.
where do you live?
That's
Okay.
50 cents, 50.8 Canadian cents, which is what, like 10 American cents?
Yeah.
Being
Okay.
facetious. But,
Back then, yeah, maybe not now.
and it's per liter, right? So it basically would have been $2 a liter or $2 a gallon, kind of around that.
Gotcha.
But yeah.
So what I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, go ahead. And just to finish it up, I mean, one thing I did is the head office is here in Calgary, Alberta, and I work near there. And so I actually went over there. And it blew my mind because up there, right behind the desk, is a huge metal, like solid iron metal logo. And it looks like it does now. And it just rocked my mind. And I'm like, I asked the girl at the front, like, do you always remember the logo looking like this? And of course, didn't really know. As far as she knew, yes. And I really wanted to get to some individuals that maybe had been with the company for a long time, but didn't dig that far. Now, there was other changes too, and I'm not going to get into them, but I do remember around the white Canadian maple leaf, there was a black outline as well. And that was, I think, the first thing that changed. And it wasn't a marketing
Yeah, that looks nice. I like that with the black outline.
It used to look really sharp. And if you look at the overhang pictures that I had up, right here, you look at the ones on the overhang, definitely it's clear. It doesn't look shaped enough. Like it.
Do you know what I see when I look at that? I see a pack of Marlboro. Like it doesn't.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like if I look back, it's like Marlboro or maybe Molson Ice, but not.
Yeah.
there should be, that outline would help a lot.
Definitely, and it did. It was really sharp with the outline. It looked much better. I don't know if it went all the way around or if it just was the maple leaf itself, but I know it was on the maple leaf for sure. And I think that changed before any of the other changes happened. I don't know when though. But anyways, why don't we?
What I did was I added to tonight's roster an old Mandela effect of mine where I caught a logo changing like this.
Interesting.
Where I caught it changing. So like the sign itself changing.
Wow.
And because the sign changed, it's sort of like, guys, if you look at the Canada before it's merged and Canada after it's merged, let's pretend Canada, each letter is a light up sign, right? You go from having a C and an A to one big lamp that's a C and an A together.
Yeah, I know. It's weird, isn't it?
Well, that's what I found. So
blows your mind.
I'm
interested to see that. I've seen one or two like that too, and I'm like, it just seems so bizarre, and it's hard to believe. But yeah, no, it changes definitely.
And I don't know if Curious has seen this one because I did this with Brian and then on Mandela Monday, but I don't know if Curious has seen this. So this might be new for her as well.
Cool. I'll give you back the screen. I've got some other things to share, but I think it's only fair that I don't want to take over your guys' show. We've got this time, and we can always share it another time too if there's not enough time. Some things I think other people probably haven't seen, and the rest aren't really Canadian, so they're more global.
Okay. Well, if anything, I just want to get in this one really quick because it matches what you're talking about. And it seems like Lil Johnny's new to this, so it'd be very good to show him this one.
All right.
And it's
what?
Oh, everything's under LGS.
All right, I have some stuff to show too. So when do we? What should we do first?
Oh, I just want to do the one folder because it goes with what Damian was saying. The home goods folder.
Home goods?
Yeah, home goods. It's talking about the logo change.
Okay, I'm right there. Hold on 2 seconds.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, guys. So this is the sign in my shopping center. This is the logo. I want you to look at the fact that the H and the O touch, the E and the G touch, and the G and the O touch. Now the M and the E also touch, but I think that's, and the O and the M, I think that's supposed to be like cursive. That's fine. But the H and the O are touching, and the G and the O are touching, and the E and the G are touching. It's important to take note of this because this is how the logo has been for me. I actually remember it touching. Okay, so we can go to the next image. Now this is over a year old, this folder. This is the sign of my store back in 2019. You can see the H and the O is touching. The O, the M, the E, and the G are touching. The G and the O is touching, and then we have separate letters O and D. Okay. Next picture. Next picture should be Logopedia from April 19th of 2019 or something like that. April 3rd. Okay, so in case Logopedia changes, which it did not, I just checked, it's the same. Logopedia still says 1992 to present. This is the logo. Okay? So we're clear. This is the logo. It is still currently the logo on Logopedia. Okay. Next picture. I was watching, that's out of order. Oh, this is showing you the H and G close up. Sorry, it's just a zoomed in version for you, that's all. So you can see how it's connected on the sign, because that's important. It's literally just touching. The H and the O and the G and the O are just touching. That's it. Okay? Two separate letters, two separate signs that they hung up separately. They're just touching. Okay. So the next image should be Thrift Fix video from April 25th, I think. It is. So This is an old faded sign. You can see this is not an updated anything. And notice inside the O's. Do you guys see the lines protruding through the O? I was watching her video, and that is all I saw.
Crazy.
She was going to Home Goods to redecorate. And I'm like, what the heck is that? Stopped everything.
I remember when
Wow.
you found this. I do. And I remember how excited you were because it was this such a big, and it is. It's crazy.
So it gets better. Next image.
So look at that.
All right. So then I started looking around at different Home Goods. And I was finding this protruding O. And interestingly enough, the H is actually separate now in this one.
Which makes no sense.
No, it's not even touching.
It continues in the middle, though.
But do you understand that now this letter O has a piece sticking out from it?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning this letter O has an extra piece of light inside of it that wasn't there. Like it's a different molded form now. And it doesn't make any sense. And it's also on the goods as well.
And
that's just a close-up so you can see the part that's sticking out. It was just so bizarre to me. And this one is still merged, but going straight through. So this one is touching.
God, it looks so bad. You know?
Doesn't it?
It's dumb.
And that was my argument before, that things just aren't always an improvement. Like,
not at all.
I agree.
All right. Good find.
Interesting.
I don't know what you wanted to do. I just wanted to show them this one because it was literally the biggest proof that I had.
I remember when you first
shading.
found that. And it is, when you find that and see it, it's just, like I said, that's how the Petro-Canada one is for me. It was just unbelievable. Like in an hour and a half. So I knew it wasn't long-term memory anymore. And it wasn't, it was, this is happening. And it just takes you to a different level in terms of really understanding what's going on, that things are actually changing. It's not a memory thing.
Yeah.
All right, we can go through mine real fast then.
Sounds good.
Let's see. Okay, we'll start with this one then. Cinderella. Okay. Let's see. Now, I wanted to point out, first of all, that there's a couple things. But first, you see her neck thing is like a black, maybe a dark blue. That's not how I remember it. I remember it white.
You remember it white?
Yeah, I remember it white.
We remember the headband, and by we I mean Teresa and I. The headband and the neck part being blue.
Blue, yeah. And I remember that being brought up quite a while ago.
And the neck
neck
thing would be black for me.
Okay, that she's got this funny
Oh,
thing
you
going
remember
on.
black? Well, here's the thing. The weird part is, if you watch the cartoon, I covered this a while back too. When she first turns into the princess, her dress is white now instead of blue. So it's interesting that you found a blue dress with white sleeves, caps, and buttress.
I was going to say, I don't remember it being
two.
Yeah, both.
That's a good find.
And she's got this thing going on where her earrings are attached to her headband, so it makes it look like she's wearing headphones or something.
Oh, that's weird. I don't never noticed
like that. That was never like that before. And I even went deliberately in that picture I photoshopped with the white, how I remember her white necklace. I put a little gap there, because there was at least a little bit of a gap, so that it
Yes.
showed earrings and a headband, and then here it's just all. And there's a few pictures like that. Okay, now, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, where her earrings are just totally just attached to.
Wasn't
Okay, hold on.
See,
Okay.
now that's how she should be. Looks that's what I remember right there. Blue, blue, all blue.
but even that looks.
There's the white dress that should be blue.
And even this one, look at her head. It's like she's wearing headphones, and it's not supposed to look like that at all. Okay, and this I don't remember her dress. Okay, when she was first going to, I guess her dress got ruined somehow. I don't remember it being that pink.
Mm-mm.
It may be it was more like a brownish color for me.
I don't remember the dress at all.
Okay, and yeah, there's her headphones. I just don't remember those at all.
No.
Yeah, look at that.
Didn't her choker, the choker around her neck, have something? Was it just plain?
It was plain for me.
Was it?
It may not have been for you, but it was for me.
I can't
Just
say.
totally
It's not an
attached.
anchor memory for me. It's not.
But I will say her dress was not white until she got married.
And her
But now it
headband
is.
are attached. Are attached. And I remember her dress is blue until the very end, and when it was white. When they left the ball or something, I forgot. But yeah, I definitely remember her thing around her neck was white.
You showed an image when she was changing. I don't remember her having red shoes. If you go back to where she's being changed, she's got red shoes. I don't remember that. I don't know which image it was. The sparkles all around her.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah, look at the shoes.
Red.
I don't remember those shoes at all. It's like she stole the ruby red slippers from Dorothy.
Oh, I know, totally. I don't remember her, and I don't know why her earrings and headband are attached. So, yeah, and that looks like a different color from what I remember. But anyway, I wanted to share those, so I had to get on with this.
Nice. That was a
But
good
yeah.
find, though.
Let's see. There we go. Okay. Next one. Archie. Let's see. I got this from Reddit. You all may or may not know of this one. The Archie Bunker Place, having been Archie's place. Many remember it like that.
Yes,
By you,
1000%.
Yeah, it was Archie's place.
That's what I remember. Yeah, Archie's place.
It came after his wife died.
Right.
Pretty much. It happened during the time that he took over the bar and he adopted the little girl, Danielle Brosbell, or whatever her name was. She came into his life, and that's how she comforted him when Edith died.
What are you talking? Yeah, but okay, but it was still Archie's place, though. There was no residue of Archie's place. You can't find it anywhere. So I don't know. So yeah, that's changed to the Archie Bunker's place. I just wanted to see how many. This may be an old one, but I forgot all about it, and I wanted to see how many agreed with that.
Wait a second, I have a question about this.
Huh?
Teresa just said that it's after his wife died, but it just said Jean Stapleton on the cover of Archie Bunker's place. You see her?
Yeah.
Why would she be there if she passed away?
No idea. Are you sure she passed away, Teresa?
We lost her. Oh, there she is.
She passed away during that show. That's what I meant. That show.
Oh, during the show. Oh, okay.
Oh, so
Yeah, during that. Okay, because what happens is he takes over this bar, and he becomes like an owner, and they get that little girl. They kind of adopt her and take her in. Um, she was having issue. It's the whole thing about it, but she takes the little girl in, and during that time, Edith dies. I can't remember what season it is, but yeah, but she dies during that. And I remember it being called Archie Bunker's Place, but I also remember Archie's Place too. But I could go either way on that one. I could go either way, and I can help you look for residue if you'd like me to.
okay, sure.
Maybe tomorrow. All right,
Yeah,
but I could go
fine.
either way on that. I remember it both ways.
I just wanted to mention too. Know if you're all familiar with the hex eye thing, the pupils being hexagon. Okay, mine were like this for a while, hexagon shaped, and then they changed. Does anyone else
I have one.
had that?
I have one of
happen?
those.
Hexagon, yeah, shaped.
I have one in my left eye
You have one
for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, I had it for a while on my left eye, and I don't know if it's still there. It comes and goes. It's really weird.
This is to me is an Emmy too, because even though they're I don't know, seems like a normal thing, but it's really, I've never heard of it. It's crazy to me. It's I know I've looked at my pupils and they were hexagon once, and then I looked another time and they were round. So I don't know what that's about. It's weird.
Yeah, that really creeps me out. I don't like it.
No.
It is. I don't know what it.
I've got something tonight related to this, and even in there, I noticed a bit. It seems like the limbo rings are even getting. I don't know. It seems like they're getting thicker and darker yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have
I
a commercial that I caught some, and it's freaky. You just look and go, oh my goodness, and
Yeah,
it's
these rings.
and, it just seems even darker and thicker.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. And then I don't know. Have you ever heard of this? This is this mysterious thing that had happened in the 20s or something. Let me see where the date is. It's a sleeping sickness that was, I guess, Awakenings was in that, but it's mysterious disease. Oh yeah, the 20s and 30s, sleeping sickness, and that was going on. People were, sleeping. They had other weird things happening, but what is really strange is that all of a sudden it went away, like on its own, just stopped. It went. Nothing. Nobody knows what happened to it or what it was, or people are just.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, sleeping sickness. So I've never heard of this, but it's a true thing that it happened. Just wonder if anyone else heard of. Anyone heard of this?
I've never heard of this. This is crazy. Anyone in the chat ever heard of this? And you said it was in the 1920s and 30s?
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah.
there's a true. I don't know if you read on this, but there was a true story where this town where a lot of people went to sleep for days. You might want to look that up. I remember reading about it. Yeah, there was a town. Yeah, they all fell asleep.
No, I'm saying it might be the same one, Teresa.
Oh, okay. Is it? It was a small town. They just fell asleep and just kind of passed out wherever they were at.
I don't know.
I don't know if that's
does
the
anyone
same
know
thing.
what that word is? Diencephalon?
I was just thinking the same thing. No, I'm wondering what abnormalities are part of the brain, or because it's encephalitis.
That's so
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is part. It's part of the brain. It's a division of the forebrain.
And I find it really strange that all of a sudden it's just not heard of. It went away, That's, okay. So yeah,
That is very odd.
Yeah, it happened.
Hmm.
Okay, next here is I wanted to touch on the subject of human-sized bats.
I just want to interrupt for 1 second and say that your mom is saying that thing with the brain is inflammation of the brain. So that's what was happening.
Oh, okay. Right.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, human-sized bats. Okay, I don't know if this is real. It looks more like a giant flying fox to me. It doesn't have that bat face. Bat faces look a little bit like little mice, and these look more like foxes or dog-like.
That's actually what they're called, I think, as a flying fox.
Yeah.
I don't remember them before 2 or 3 years ago, though. That big.
And I can look it up and see, but I thought it was interesting. I think I was watching a video or something where it was so sure that these exist, human size bats.
If they are, they've grown in the last 2 years, 3 years.
Wow. Really? Mm-hmm. So yeah, it looks like there's just a few pictures. It kind of seems like the same one.
Curious, or you're breaking up.
Again, I don't know if these are real. Well, I don't know.
Oh, you're good now. You're good now.
Be interesting to learn that bats are in a bigger size too. So anyway, I thought it.
Yeah.
Share this. They're saying there's human-sized bats in the Philippines, and
How's your signal strength?
seems like it break all the branches. Is it?
Curious, are you still there? Curiouser? Damian, you still here?
I'm here. She's just cutting in and out a little, I think. You can hear it.
Yeah, hello?
I can't hear her at all.
Huh?
No, she's there. I can hear her. But she's cutting in and out. You're cutting in and out, Curious.
Can you hear me?
Curious. Yeah, I can now.
I can't hear her at all now.
But you can hear me?
Yeah.
That's strange. I can't hear her now. Now we've lost her again.
No, it's because I'm on a phone. If someone leaves, she probably left but didn't fully leave.
Well, she's cutting in and out
back
once in a while, but I think
But that's what I mean. If she pulls out, then I have to leave to hear her again.
I can hear you.
No, I mean it's a bug with the iPhone. I can't hear her, and I have to leave to hear her.
Right.
Again. And reset all the settings because StreamYard refuses to fix this bug. I'm gonna have to leave. I'll be back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Curious.
Okay, great.
I'll be back,
Has
guys.
anyone heard of the Serpent Mound?
The Serpent Mound?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
This is a natural phenomenon. This is all natural.
What?
Apparently, they don't know what it is. It's underground, natural. It's the Serpent Mound.
How do they know it's natural?
Look at that. Yeah. What? Yeah. What could make that? That's what's so weird. Okay. No, I've never heard of this prior to recent, so I'll look it up.
True TNT knows about it, or has heard about it. Oh, now I think she froze. Teresa, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just waiting for somebody to talk.
I think it's just you and I. It looks like she's froze.
I think
Um,
so.
You
Well,
know
actually,
what?
you remember the question? Hey, you remember the question you asked earlier about seeing residue change?
Yes.
I didn't get to talk about it, but
Oh, we'll
yes,
bring
I've
it up.
seen it happen
Yeah.
more than one time. I've watched letters morph together. I've watched them merge together. I watched a box of cookies that I brought home that were sitting on the shelf. Brought them home, put them up on my shelf, ate some dinner, opened the cabinet, had them in my hand, and I watched them merge together. The letters. They were Danish cookies from, I think, Giebler. Yeah, I watched the word
Huh.
merge. So, yes, I've seen things merge in inanimate objects. I've seen things happen,
It's crazy,
and
isn't
I've
it?
watched my
Yeah.
residue change in front of me. Oh yeah, I've had. I think the more awake you are, and the more aware you
Mm,
are, you're more. And you were right about empath. I'm an empath too.
for sure.
Hmm.
And I agree with you. I think
Yep.
I noticed most of the changes in real time when I said I became in a kind of a hyper aware state. Um, and I've
Hmm.
said this before where, as humans, we're not really designed to see detail. We're more or less supposed to see
Hey,
the
Brody.
entire environment. Um, but definitely you can train yourself, right? And the more you start getting into that mode of being hyper aware of details and everything, that is when you start to see
Hmm.
those changes happen. And it seems like and this is where it kind of leads me back to the intelligence thing, because it seems like the closer you
Hmm.
get to it, and I've heard other people say this, that it's like it starts to let you know, and it starts to let you see those changes, and it's like you become aware of them, and I know
Hmm.
the first time it happened, it was kind of freaky. I kind of backed up away from it for a while and stopped.
Hey, I, bleh. I, Sandy. I see Sandy in the
Yeah,
chat. She
I
said
saw
if you
that
want to
too.
show something. Oh, okay.
Sure, I'll
I
do
did
that.
send something to Curiouser, and I wanted to show it to you. You remember how you were talking about, which I don't know if you know that I remember that too. You remember you were talking about the bite
Yep.
and the jaws?
Hmm.
I got a story to tell you about that.
Well,
I
tell us.
agree with you 100%. Can I tell you why?
Hmm.
You ready? You ready to have a memory with me? You ready?
I'm ready.
This is going to blow your mind. I saw Jaws the opening day. I was on a military base when my father plays golf at, and he asked me if I wanted to go see Jaws with him. And I think it was 76 or 77. What year was it? Do you remember?
75 is what I remember. I noticed people in the
75.
chat saying different years, but I know currently it's
Well,
75.
you ready? You ready to remember something? I'm going to blow your mind. So
Sure.
I decided to sit near the front because I like to sit near the front of the theater, and I usually my neck's like going
Oh,
crazy.
for
But
sure.
my dad's like, "Go down, sit down there in the front," and I'm like, "Okay." So it's about the second or third row. Well, remember at the beginning of it when they show the Jaws logo? You ready to blow your mind? Do you remember when it makes the crunch noise? Do you remember? It goes. And that's how they show it. It's like a bite noise. Remember the noise?
Right,
It
right.
goes, and that's the logo with bite noise. And that's what you're hearing is like something biting it off
And then
twice.
you'd see it out
Does
of the
that
logo.
remember? Do you remember that now? The bites, like a noise
Oh,
a noise effect. Think
I
about it.
don't. I don't. But the
I
sound
do.
sounds familiar, but I It's not
Yes.
an anchor memory for me. I can't say it is.
Yeah,
But it
I
sounds
remember the
familiar.
bite. 'Cause I always used to imitate the noise after I seen the movie.
Interesting.
I would go like a bite noise, and that's how I remember the logo. And I'm with you 100%. I remember the bite, and nobody else remembers it. And I can't believe you remember the bite.
Well, you know what? I kind of do.
Awesome.
I can't. It's not an anchor memory for me, but I have like fleeting memories of it. I'd say.
100% for me.
Hmm,
100%. Yeah.
but it
And
did sound
I have,
familiar, though.
and I do have something I wanted to send to you without getting kicked out of StreamYard. You ready?
Yeah, don't do that. Don't leave me alone.
Trying to figure out how I was trying to figure out how I can send it to you.
Through the private chat.
Okay, hold on. You ready to be blown away?
Mm-hmm.
So a couple years ago, this took me a long time trying to find this, and this is going to blow you away. You ready?
She's saying don't, Teresa. Sandy's saying don't do it. Whatever it is.
I'm going to do it really fast. Check that out. Check that out.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I found that a long time ago. It was very hard to find. You want to present it? Do you see it?
I got it on my
Look at the
phone.
bite. Yeah.
There's no bite mark. What do you mean?
Yeah, there is. Look closely. Look at the
am.
top. Let me show you where it's at. Look to, shoot, how do I tell you where it's at?
The one I have doesn't have a bite mark. Huh. Anyway, I can't share it. Hang on. Maybe I can.
Yeah, there is. Look closely. Look closely. Look at the A.
Okay, hang on the
What
top
the
of it.
heck? What's that? Why is the phone ringing?
Sandy's phoning you and saying, don't share it. No, I'm just. So here's what you're talking about. I'm sharing.
Look at the A's. Do you see it?
No.
Yeah, no, look at the J. See the J? Yes.
Hang on.
Look at the J. Oh my gosh, you can't see it. Look part of the J on the left part of it. You want me to circle it?
Oh, off the corner of the
circle
J. Yeah, okay, I can see it. No, I see it. She's talking about, you're talking about the top part of the J. The corner of it. Right? Right here? Oh, now we lost Teresa. And I think, yeah, Sandy covered this for sure. It looks like everybody's back. Sandy, you back? Curious?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No, I was talking about the snow. I didn't
got
cover this.
disconnected completely, and I think it's your
Curious,
fault,
can you hear me?
Sandy. I don't know what happened.
I
All
think
of
it's
a
your
sudden,
internet's fault, but we'll go with me. It's okay.
yeah, and I had everything was connected on mine. I didn't know. I thought maybe it was StreamYard then, and I left you a message, and I don't know what happened. I've never experienced that on the show. I guess it was the Theresa Damian show for a while.
Yes, it was.
Oh, you know what? I'll show a couple things really quick, and then I'll give it back and let somebody else.
No, I'm done. I just wanted to
Are you-
share
are you
this.
sure?
The Serpent Mound.
Well,
Y'all can
wait,
look
I have
it
a
up or whatever,
question.
in Ohio.
Is
Yeah?
Teresa still here?
I don't think she
She's
is.
here. Teresa, she was just talking with.
Oh, there she is.
Okay. I just wanted
I'm
to
right
make sure I
here.
could hear everyone. That's all. Okay. As long as I can hear everyone, that's fine.
Everybody's
Okay,
here.
go on.
I was here. Was I here?
You're here.
So I have a question for the chat and for you guys. And
Am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
Oh, I am here. Sorry. Okay, I'm here.
Oh God.
Kinda.
I thought I phased out to another reality. Sorry. Am I here? I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna
Oh,
show.
wait, but
Teresa.
Damian, I wasn't talking about the Jaws thing. They were in the chat. They were talking about the rainbow-colored snow.
Oh,
That's what I was talking about.
I was trying to catch up on that. I was too busy trying to keep up with what Teresa wanted to cover.
I gotcha.
So is there anything we need to address with that?
Oh, no. They were
Yeah,
It
that's
was
good.
just I just didn't want you to think I was saying the Jaws thing.
Oh,
I
you were
didn't cover
talking
that.
to them. Yeah, no, I did. I took that as
Yes.
you were talking to Teresa. I don't know if you've covered this. I think it's been mentioned here and there, but I don't know if a lot of people know about it. And I kind of wanted to bring it up for a couple of reasons. One, for a couple other changes too. But R2D2, I have a question for the chat and for you guys. How many holographic projectors, like the one that was used to show Leia to Obi-Wan Kenobi, but how many projectors do you remember him having on his head?
2.
None? 1, 2, 3?
When you say projector,
Projectors,
do
like
you
if you
mean the little
remember,
eyepiece?
not
Or
the
the thing
like
that
the
pops
colored,
up?
not the piece that stuck out, and it played the holographic video of Leia, you know, where she
1.
bends
I
over
remember
and puts
1.
in. So you remember 1?
I remember
True
1.
TNT remembers 2. Anybody else? 1. 1 used.
Anyone else in the chat?
Anyone else? No big Star Wars fans? Personally, I only remember 1, just in the front. And the rest of his head, to me, was smooth. Front and back. And, oh, we lost Curious. But to me, it was smooth everywhere, except for that one that stuck out in the front. Now, he has 3.
3.
3. So this is from Return of the Jedi. So he has 1 in the front, 1 on the top, which really looks out of place to me, and 1 in the back.
No.
And to me, he only ever had the 1 in the front, and everything else was smooth.
And can I say something to you?
Yeah?
All 3 of them look wrong to me. The 2 on the bottom look too low, and the 1 on the top is just crazy. But the 2 on the 1, there should only be 1, in my opinion, and it should be a little bit higher up. I
That
don't
could
remember
be.
it that low.
That could be. The other thing I don't remember is if you can see it in this picture. You remember he had the circle in the front that was lit up, usually red, I think, maybe blue sometimes. It was like an eye. I kind of called it his eye,
Yes.
and it was lit up. I don't ever remember him having 1 in the back. And now he has 1 beside that other holograph.
Well, that makes sense now because he needs the light for the projector.
Yeah, maybe. but
no,
I don't ever remember 1 in the back. I also don't remember in the back there being this green, the rectangular array of lights.
So there's 2
So there's
rectangular
actually
red lights?
there's a rectangular array in the back of his head beside that other projector now, where in that other circle with the green. So what we're looking at in the bottom left picture right here is his backside.
No, that's wrong.
And that was
That's
never
a total
there.
change for me. I don't remember that.
It's not a new change. It's been there a while, but it hasn't really been brought up, and I've never brought it up. I brought it up a few times in chats, but it's never been brought up in anybody's show that I know of.
It's almost like I kind of remember the 1 being above the blue bars, right above the blue bars.
To me, the height, it doesn't get me. Maybe it was. I just know there was for me, there was 1 in the front. That's the one thing I'm sure of. And
that one on
here's
top
another,
is ridiculous.
yeah, and here's another picture from Return of the Jedi that shows it so clearly. And another one with the Ewoks.
And can I also say that I remember the top of him being, I don't remember it silver, I remember it white.
There's something off there too. Yeah, I have a dual memory of this because I don't know if it changed ages ago, but it doesn't look right, but I kind of remember both. And I know something looks off with that for sure.
Yeah, for me, it was the same color. It wasn't silver on the top. It was blue and white, not silver and white.
I'm
curious what the chat thinks. Do you guys remember silver on top or blue? I mean, not blue.
White.
Do you remember it white and blue or silver and blue? Sorry, I don't mean to confuse the chat. But go on, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say the other change I've been noticing is the good old ME purple color thing. That a lot of the photos and videos of him, the blue color is almost turning to a shade of purple, and you can almost see it here on the
I
bottom
could see
part.
it there, yeah.
Can't you? Like it's changed. And I know some people say, well, it's different, depending on the TV or the photo. It can, but there are some that are very evident. If you look at when they crash into the desert, the scene right where they're walking away from the capsule. The capsule actually has something purple in it, and there's purple all over R2D2 now, and there's certain scenes where he's starting to look more and more purple. It's really strange, but it's again another trend.
I can see it.
This is what I remember. So I just remember the one in the front. This one's harder to see, but you'd see the one on the top if it was there in the middle. The one on the left, you could argue, well, that's kind of in mid creation of R2D2, so maybe they just didn't get to the top, but
I see it.
But the model definitely. And again, the other change that people noticed recently is people used to question the cables on his feet. Those in the middle picture, it's black. In the right one, they're red. Now, currently in the film, they're a kind of a brass color. Or
No.
gold
Oh
color.
my gosh.
Yeah, and they really stand out. So people are saying, hey, these have never been here before, but I think it's because they changed to such a more of a vibrant color that people are.
Oh no, unless they were white and you couldn't see them at all, they were not there at all for me.
Yeah, no, they were. I don't know if they were there originally, but they've been there a long time, like in the last
Yeah.
5 years at least. But I think they did change color recently because some people did notice again.
Yeah, that red is new.
And here's
That
another one.
spicy red, new for me.
Do you remember the droid nicknamed Red when they were buying both R2D2 and C3PO? When Luke and his...
Oh, we lost Teresa now too.
Oh, geez, we just keep losing everybody. There was when they were all standing side by side, there was a robot that got sold first, and then R2D2 ended up shocking him and basically stopped him, and then they took and then C3PO said, hey, that's a good droid, and they took R2D2. And his nickname was Red. He was even called, I think, Red, and there in Suso's remembering Red too. He was called Red for a reason, because he was similar to R2D2, just a different shaped head, but instead of all the blue accents, he had red accents. Well, now he doesn't. His legs are exactly the same legs as R2D2 and the same blue, and he's got a bunch of blue all over him. But he was all red. All the accents were red. And again, this isn't a new change. This changed a long time ago, but it hasn't been brought up too many times.
You see how he doesn't have the laces?
Right. Oh, yeah, he does, actually. See the gold?
Oh, I see the gold.
See them? But that's the color. See on R2D2? See how they're goldish?
On R2D2, they're gold too.
Yeah, and that's why I think people have noticed them again and said, hey, those weren't there.
Yeah, but see, on R2D2, they're right in your face.
Yes, and he did, I think, and I agree with what Moldvox is saying, that they had red bars. He had red bars on his head as well. And I'll show you some residue with it. Again, this is just a picture showing how much he's changed. So here's from Robot Chicken. There he is in the background. And again, his legs all red. Another scene from there. Here were toys.
And there's the red on the head.
But definitely a change.
Okay.
So again, this isn't a new change. This happened probably 3-4 years ago. But there were a lot of Star Wars. And again, this is at the peak. There were so many changes all at once. And I do remember, I think what Moldvox is saying too, that he had red kind of bars on his head. It looks odd now too. His head looks really odd. Like there's definitely stripes missing.
I agree.
And C3PO. Now, this isn't your change, so don't worry. And I won't point it out. But here's another change that's not new, but this one blew me away. Think about C3PO and his head. Do you remember and I'll put this out to, I know I got nicknamed the Star Wars fan because I was picking all these out. I'm not, I'd say a huge Star Wars fan, but I did go 3 days in a row when it came out. But I do remember them, and I remember the characters well. But C3PO is head. Do you remember the front and back part of his head, like the back side and the front side, which kind of fit together when he put the helmet on? Do you remember it being kind of the same size or very different sized?
For me, the connection is way too big. It's like almost like a crown now.
And it's not just the connection anymore. This just blew me away when I found it. And it was when I was looking at Red and R2D2. The back part of his head now. And this is this is right from the film. It's huge and it looks so odd. Like it never, and like you said, you see that
color.
It is. It seems to be in this film, or in the film quality anyway. But it's huge, and it's offset kind of. And I remember them aligning perfectly. And there was, like you said, that piece in the middle, but it's wider now, and now it's thick all the way through.
No, it's not a piece in the middle anymore.
No, it's
now
part of the back helmet.
The back piece. That is so wrong.
Okay.
I know.
Hello.
And,
Teresa.
hey, and what are those lines?
And the lines too. Yeah, no, the whole thing, like I said, the whole back part.
Can you all hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Glad you made it back.
Well, I can hear you.
Teresa? Hey, Suso.
We're all
What are
here.
those 3 lines on the back of his head?
I don't know.
I don't remember those 3 lines.
The whole back part of his head
either.
is all off now. Like he looks deformed.
What? What happened to C3PO?
Here, I'll back it up. Look at that one, Teresa.
All right. I'm having a hard time with flicker.
Oh my God,
I can't. I'm not getting. It's going real slowly. I don't know what's wrong.
We have a lot of stuff still, Sandy.
I know.
Teresa,
but
Curious is saying there's technical issues.
Yeah, I'm not getting on to flicker very well. I don't know.
You want me to keep going?
Why my computer's being slow? Yeah, you can if you want. But,
sure, I've got little pieces, and you let me know if you get it working again. Let me know, and I will just switch over. Helicopters. Again, this doesn't get brought up too much. Lots of airplane changes, but helicopters changed as well. So if you look on the left and the right, so if you looked up at a helicopter, and if you looked recently, of course, remember that you're probably going to see the change. But what do you remember a helicopter looking like? Specifically, the tail.
Oh, that's a hard one.
Is that curved?
Is it curved?
Like, is it?
No. There's one difference between them. There's just the tail boom, so the tail by itself.
That looks like the real one.
Or do you remember? Yeah, do you remember wings on the tail booms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me explain something to you.
The tail.
I'm not talking about that part. I see what the difference there. I'm saying the very end of it doesn't look right to me. It looks curved.
Oh, like the up and down tail?
Yes.
Some of them I know would lean to the back, like angled. Were angled to the back. But a lot of them went straight up, I think, for sure.
Interesting. But
the biggest thing for me was they did not have the wings.
I don't remember the wings, the airplane wings. No.
And there's the
cross. It looks like a cross,
which is current now. So they all have wings, and some are really really stand out. Bell Hawk. The most common ones that we see are Bell helicopters, and I'm thinking mostly from the 80s, 90s, 2000s. They didn't have them. And now, like I said, every helicopter has wings across the tail booms.
That's so weird.
Maybe some of the bigger helicopters might have, but this is what I remember. So again, most of the residue in drawings, and I don't know if this is an actual picture of a helicopter. It looks like it is, but it doesn't seem to have. Now, a couple of them that really stand out for me, one is the Black Hawk helicopters. So here's a drawing of a black helicopter that somebody, the way they remembered it. And I remember it that way too. There was no big tails. And now Black Hawk Eva covered this, and I had shared it with her, and that's why she covered it. But if you look at the back of Black Hawk helicopters now, they have this huge tail fin, and it's usually angled. That picture on the bottom left is from in the 1970s.
That's weird.
And I don't remember them having those.
Can I ask you a question? Regular helicopters.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I have a memory of a very small vertical propeller on the back of the tail?
And they have one. Like, you mean like in the drawing?
For regular helicopters.
Like right here. They do. I think most of them do. Still.
No, not the black regular helicopters. Not this. The little ones.
Some did, and most did because they needed it to stabilize side,
and
so it didn't spin. It wasn't
angled like that. Like
most were straight up and down.
Yeah, I wish I could draw it, but there's no way for me to draw and share it with you right now.
Like these ones are more straight up and down, I guess. They're angled a little bit though.
No, like that tail, which is just a tail, put a little propeller on it.
Mm. Yeah, and I think most did. I would say they did.
They did.
Like these, right?
Where?
You can see on the right here.
Oh, I see it.
It's spinning so fast you can't see
it.
Same thing with I think these other ones. It might be spinning so fast you just can't see it.
Okay, yes, that is what I remember. Yes.
Okay. Now the other one that's huge is most people have seen Magnum PI, the original Magnum PI, and the Island Hopper, because it was in the intro, right? That and always flown, and it was multicolored. Remember? And I remember the helicopters, being this color, and the tails being normal. I remember it being kind of a normal tail. Now maybe it was straight up, and again, maybe you've noticed another one, and that's where they're angled now more. Again, these are toys, but it's the only ones I can find that kind of fit my memory, because now here's what the Magnum PI helicopter looks like. And I mean, I watch that all the time. Now they have this huge, the wing on top of the back of the tail fin.
Oh my goodness.
And I don't remember that at all. That really stands out for me. And it's something I saw every week.
That looks so bizarre.
And I found some interesting real residual with this that is really interesting. But I don't remember that. And it sounds like True doesn't, and a few others. Here's interesting. So it's a Hughes 500D helicopter. So there's an ad on the right, 1976. And yet there's a stamp on the left, same helicopter, and nothing on top of the back tail fin.
That's nice residue.
And here's another one. Here's a model. Same thing, Hughes H500.
There's also something missing. If you go back to the last one, there's also something missing in front. You see the nose? The difference?
The lights, you mean? Or the circles?
The circles, but yeah, there's like a protrusion there. You see it?
Oh, right in the front on the nose?
Yeah.
I don't know if I think that's supposed to be the other side of the curve.
Maybe.
It's just I don't think the window aligns with it's on the stamp. It's maybe didn't get.
It's not a good perspective draw.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's just the metal band that goes around, and the window's not fitting it very well. The model's the model's a much better, like they're identical, right? Except for
Yeah.
the piece on top. And I don't remember it being there.
It's so weird looking.
And again, this isn't a new change. This came out about the same time that the jet engines did. They moved up front. And there was so much focus on that, and that it kind of slipped through. It got brought up a couple times, but oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. But now it's a little late. But Curious, how are you doing with your?
Yeah, okay. Flickr it's working. So
Is it? Do you want to switch over?
Sandy,
Sure.
why don't you pick the ones you really want to show, I guess.
Okay. We're gonna start with pilgrims.
Okay.
Because the Dan wouldn't let me show it, so. Yeah.
There we go.
There's multiple questions. Not multiple, like 3, but they're short.
Okay.
And I don't know if everyone's going to be affected by this, but I certainly am. All right, guys. Which shape is a pilgrim hat? We're talking about, the colonial pilgrims, 1600s, left or right? Which shape do you remember a pilgrim's hat being? And Curiouser and Damian, feel free to chime in.
Okay. I think I remember left.
You remember the left? How about you, Damian?
I posted it in the chat.
Oh, you already posted it in the chat? I see. Okay, so True TNT says left. Jose Martinez says left. Both look okay to mold box. Damian G says left. Brody, I'm not talking about dunces, I'm talking about pilgrims. So Brody, I'm guessing, says left. All right, we can go on to the next question. Buckle or no buckle on their shoes?
Yeah, definitely a buckle for me.
Buckle for Curiouser.
Yeah, definitely a buckle.
Definitely a buckle for Damian. Jose Martinez says buckle. Anyone else? True TNT says buckle. Moldbach says buckle. Now, this is just for a certain brand. This is just for pilgrims back in the 1600s.
Yeah, but is it Canadian brand or American brand? Pilgrim?
Homemade in America. Possibly in England. They may have brought them over. Okay, next question. The buckle or no buckle on the hat?
I say buckle.
Damian?
I told you before with this one. I've seen the residue now, but so I'm definitely biased. But I don't remember. I'll just stick with that. The shoes I remember, the belt buckles on their belts I remember, and the hat I remember, but I can't remember. I couldn't remember. But I'm sure it's probably there.
All right, now I'm going to tell you my personal experiences here. So, I have a wonderful art museum here. I've taken many years of U.S. history, art history, American history. Even they're actually different. American history was in high school, and U.S. history we had in grade school. And I've seen lots of paintings, drawings, etchings. Everything in my past states there should be buckles on the hats, on the shoes, and that their hats are the left. And the entire history is different now. Currently, they didn't have any metal, no buckles whatsoever. They used leather laces for their pants and their shoes. And there were no buckles on their hats. And currently, it's the hat on the right that looks like a dunce hat that the pilgrims wore. This whole history is
Wow.
incorrect for me.
Oh, that's
And I have
crazy.
images to show you, residue and
Yeah.
historical images. So this is how I remember the buck. And as Fizzy pointed out, it's very reminiscent of leprechauns. But it's not.
I was just thinking that I was going to type it.
Yes, but it is colonial shoe buckles that you can add to shoes to look like a pilgrim.
It's those ones on the top right that look like leprechaun shoes.
Yes. Yeah. It's a little curve, I think. Okay, so this is residue of pilgrim costumes. And the guy, the red bearded one, looked like a leprechaun to Fizzy.
I was just going to say that too.
Yep. Okay, now we're going to get into the historical stuff. And the weird part is I'm finding women wearing these hats as well, not just the bonnets. I've never known the women to wear the hats, only the bonnets. But in historical paintings, I am finding weird stuff. So they had no buckles. Some of these images do have the buckle on the hat, just to let you know. But historically, they had no buckles.
Okay,
And
and
these
which
weird
was
tall
wearing a
hats.
buckle hat? Are you sure she wasn't burned at the stake or something?
I'm sure there's a gathering of women wearing the hats. It's weird.
And that's a trend too, with different things.
Okay, there we go. Buckles.
These weird
Oh,
hats that I've
geez.
never seen before.
Wow.
Oh, look, it's
Look
Indiana Jones.
how long they are. That's
Yeah,
too
they're
long.
really long.
It definitely reminds me of Indiana Jones's hat, and now what you covered last week, the Good Witch, her crown.
Yeah.
Everything's getting taller,
Yeah, what
right?
is that?
And the Vikings have lost their horns on their hats. And now
Mm-hmm.
the pilgrims have lost their buckles.
What is that supposed to?
And the women shouldn't be wearing hats. They should be wearing bonnets.
Oh, I know.
And then Fizzy said, well, what about, I forget the name of it, something the mouse, the pilgrim mouse or something. It's coming up. So we checked it. And that hat has changed as well. We'll get to that. You can see these are historical. Some of them are clip art. Let's be real. Here it is. Mouse on the Mayflower, it's called. And you can see the hat is tall now. And she remembers it short.
That's Fizzy's favorite book
Yes,
or
Fizzy's
movie,
favorite
isn't it?
holiday, Thanksgiving cartoon. And then I found someone who drew this mouse. That's from the TV Guide, the cartoon. And then I found someone who drew the mouse the way Fizzy remembered it. With the short hat. As opposed to the really long, tall hat that never existed in my past.
Wow. I wonder what that could possibly mean. You know?
Yeah.
This,
It's so strange.
Hmm.
So last week I covered the Pillsbury Doughboy. And I said it's a subtle change, but it is a change, and I should do the residue. Well, we have another one just like it. Can you please go to George McFly? Back to the Future again. Such a Mandela movie. Teresa's back.
Oh, did we lose her again?
No, she's here. She's muted. Suso, it's not that easy. It's not easy to change your icon, your profile picture on a phone. All right, guys. Top or bottom picture, which jacket do you remember? Do you remember a white jacket or do you remember a creamy tan jacket? And George McFly, I know it's subtle, but it's completely changed for me. So I need to ask you what you remember. Top or bottom? White or like a creamy tan color? Susan, why are you leaving?
He's mad because you guys are wearing masks. Yeah. Well, Teresa
But
and
you
Curious.
can't take them off when you're on the phone. You're stuck with that icon.
I know.
You should put your mask on too.
I can't switch my image. I'm stuck with it. When you're on the phone, this is what you got.
Sandy tested negative.
Just so you can't change your picture on the phone. You're stuck with it. You got to reset. You have to delete all your settings, and like delete all your browser settings and everything to change the picture. It's not that easy. It's not like a computer.
Okay.
All right, guys. Let's see. Jose Martinez says white. Anyone else? Well, I have. I switched my picture.
All right, I'm going to the next picture.
Okay. So I do remember white as well. And
It's darker now.
yeah, it is definitely darker now. It is currently the bottom one. And you can see I purposely used this image to show you with the white shirt underneath just how much darker it is. It's no longer a white jacket. It's this yellowy cream color, and I have more pictures of it like in daylight so you can see it as well. Okay, so this is the toy. And it's that weird, it's taupe. I think I want to say taupe, like a taupey. It's a weird color. It's not white though.
Moldvox brought up a good point. And you did too earlier. It's like the Pillsbury character, Doughboy. And it's also like Gilligan's Hat.
Yeah, like
where they've gone from that white to more of a beige color. Yeah. So again, kind of another trend.
You can see it here in the daylight. Look at that. That's not white. It was a white jacket for me. 100%. It was white. Even in the dark. See, I don't know if it's because I'm a girl, but like I clearly remember him punching Biff and, like standing up for Lorraine. Like I remember the jacket and it was white. It wasn't this weird off color. And the toy is the off color, yet it's tagged white tuxedo. Yeah, you can see that t-shirt is bright white and then the jacket isn't. This guy's dressed as George McFly in that weird color jacket. Susa, why do you want me to ban you? I don't understand.
Because he's so upset about the masks.
It says cream tuxedo. It was white for me, not cream. Here it's also like a yellowy cream color. Brody Brodell says white represents pure innocence, something nefarious.
Mm-hmm. Suso's really having a tough time, the poor guy. I get it. You know what? I hate the masks too, so I can totally relate. But
All right, so here's a guy dressed as George McFly. I think they did a good job dressing like them. And he's wearing a white jacket the way I remember it.
Suso's as triggered about this as was about the IMEC conference.
Mm-hmm. I think we were all triggered about that.
Yeah, well, this is weird. It's definitely a trend. Pattern. Fits.
So they were cosplaying, which is more than wearing costumes.
Mm-hmm.
When you cosplay, you really want to be accurate. Here is an enamel pin with the white jacket. Suso, I'll show her the message after the show. Yeah, oh, we know you are, Suso. We are too. We're just agreeing that everyone was triggered by it. Everyone. It's a painting with a white jacket. There's a lot of residue for the white. This was double residue. Teresa remembers Ooh La La from magazine. Yeah, and now it's Oh La La. And this also says George McFly in white jacket tuxedo.
All right, breaking out there.
Yeah, there's another one. There's a drawing. Trust me, it was a George McFly drawing. It doesn't really look like George McFly though. Another one dressed up as George McFly in the rain. There, oh, I did not know that this existed, but there was a Back to the Future musical. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of it.
Nope.
We're going to be seeing some images from it. The casting of that, the costume was also a white jacket for the musical. So you would think a Broadway musical would, match the costuming of the movie. They even got a DeLorean. If you're going to get a DeLorean, you're going to match the jacket, right?
White Dior.
A white Dior tuxedo, eerily similar to the one worn by George McFly. I think the gray bubbles is the shadow. Compared to how it is now, these are white.
White tuxedo. Okay.
Lots of residue.
Yeah. There is a lot of residue.
Or residual evidence.
This is interesting. The red carpet one. Well, it was interesting. It's not on the screen now. The website is 1111 Photography. I was like, really? 1111? How ironic. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else super important we have to do now? Teresa's not even here, so I can't. I would like to show another logo one. It's short. It's 3 images. I'm sorry. What were you gonna say, Damian?
No, for sure. Go ahead.
The Zales folder.
Oh, Zales.
Yes, Zales.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Yep. Is this a new change or?
I remember the old one. Though,
I think it is a new change because it's a two changer.
Yeah, Zales changes a lot, huh?
Yeah. It's a little upside down triangles.
Yeah. Those.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I found logos in between,
Mm-hmm.
and I redid the logo. So I redid the logo how I remember it, and then added a diamond accent. This is how I remember the logo.
Mm-hmm.
And then I added the diamond because I thought that would look nicer than their current logo.
Okay.
I just thought this would be a much better logo than what they have.
They should hire you, Sandy.
Send it to them.
So this is change number 1. The E is still normal. This was their logo.
And it has now a triangle too. Yeah.
The triangle and the A.
So yeah.
But the next image is the current logo, where now the E also has a triangle.
And the triangle looks smaller there. Yeah, see, that's how, if you look at the triangle and the A in the other one, it's not even touching the A.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the way it is now. Notice how the letters just all line up perfectly too. Like that's another trend you see going all the way back where it seems like a logical thing to do and graphic designers to do it, to have balance. But they line up more than they used to. You know, like where they almost, like they're getting ready to connect.
I agree.
Actually,
all right.
I read that if you don't have it actually completely lined and completely spaced perfectly, that's more preferred way.
Right. The S looks off to me. Like they would curve up and down at the end.
I don't know why that is. It's just maybe more visually appealing. Like for example, like the Z here going to the A is smaller gap than here.
And that's not normal either.
And the lineup, I don't know. Yeah, I know what you mean though.
The S would never look like that, where they'd have it flat on the top and the bottom.
It's just strange.
But like I said, more and more you're seeing that. And I don't know if it's part of the steps towards letters connecting and merging. It seems to be. And then they get closer. And like you said, you notice some are getting closer and closer. I wouldn't doubt that A and the Z and the A and the L end up connecting. And the R and the E in store, well.
I know it.
I agree. All right, crash the dummies folder.
Crash test dummies.
Is this Rich Fasan?
Need input.
No need. Okay.
Oh yeah, the need input folder. I think I labeled it the need input folder. But the thing is, the reason why I want to cover this is because I found another change with them that I want to get out there. And I am completely affected by need inputs change. So in the chat, need input remembers the incredible crash test dummies, and I completely agree with him. I remember crash test dummies.
I just said it.
Right. Well,
like it was.
Some people are like, well, they're crash test dummies. That's why you're remembering it. But no, I remember the title, The Incredible Crash Test Dummies.
Yeah.
Right.
Agreed.
But when I saw his video, he put a graphic up from some nerd. It says nerd guy. I forgot the name of the channel, and I immediately saw something that was wrong. So, if you can go to the next image, I'm going to ask you guys what you remember. Which dummy is your dummy? The top dummy or the bottom dummy? Anybody remember what the dummies actually look like?
I'm trying to remember. They had that on the side of their head.
I'm going to go with B.
Is that B? Oh, yeah, I put letters there. It's good. A or B in the chat, guys.
I'm going to
A
do
or B?
B, I think.
You're going to do B? Looks like Jose Martinez and Brody are A. Big Al is B. True TNT is B. Bubbles is a A.
50-50 on this.
It's 50-50 right now.
It's a tough one.
It's not
the bottom
tough for
one,
me.
no, the bottom one to me doesn't seem like it has enough. But
Now,
the
see,
top one seems too much, like the red and the yellow and the.
I immediately thought of the ear part, and
Mhm.
I just remember like the ear being a circle. And
yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Guardian Matrix says A and Moldbox says B. And I'm going to tell you guys, I'm with Curiouser and Damian. I remember B. And here's the crazy part, guys. So do the toys and the cartoon and the video games all remember what we remember. They remember B.
Did you create B?
I did create B.
I think there's still something missing. I don't know what it is, but I'm with B, but I think I'm in the middle somewhere. There's something missing on their head, and I can't tell you what it is. But anyways.
Well, it has always been A with that huge bar on the side.
They look
and
odd.
I don't remember that.
No.
Look weird.
That one from the front even looks bizarre. No.
And one of them now even has a red and white, I think. On one of them have a red and white circle in the center of their head, and I don't remember that.
No.
You see the red and white one at the top right?
Yeah.
Now here's some residue, and like I said, the logo and the 3-dimensional, even when it's not the brand, has it the way I remember, with the 2 on the side and the 1 in the center. You may see something missing, but for me, it was only the 2 on the side and the 1 in the center.
Brody might have it for me because, I remember something checkered, but not like it is now.
I don't remember anything checkered. For me, it was
No,
just
I
3
do.
circles.
No, I remember.
Okay.
Then there's more images that it just blows my mind.
Interesting that the circle on the front was on the left, like that's where the heart should be.
Now, the bottom left is the toy. The top left is the 3D animation. The top right is the actual logo for the toys, and so is the bottom right. And you can see it's more accurate to my memory than it is. It is my memory. It's my memory, but the actual commercial, the actual dummies themselves do not match the line of toys, the logo, the animation, the video game. It doesn't match anything. Which makes no sense.
Yeah.
So that is a major change for me. Okay.
Interesting.
Let's do the logos and residue folder. I was hoping Teresa. Oh, is Teresa back?
It looks like she is.
I don't think she knows if she's back or not. Teresa, are you back? Are you there?
Yeah, I was just talking to somebody who's ordering me a mask. Yay!
Oh my God, Teresa, please don't right now.
What?
Just don't right now,
No, it's
please.
two of the round things.
Teresa,
Okay.
don't right now.
Get the
Okay.
masks.
Anyhow, let's go close residue folder. Okay. So this is a personal one. I play a game called Homescapes, and the cat used to be gray, and now he's like pinkish purple. There's your purple effect, Damian.
Yep. It's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Wait till the next one I show you.
I have no residue of this. I just wanted to point out the cat used to be gray, and now it's not.
I don't know this one, but yeah, I don't doubt it. If it's purple, it's probably changed.
I mean, even the close-up of the cat is less purple. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
But it was gray.
I don't
Not
even know
even
what
tan.
color.
It was gray.
Hmm.
This is residue of Marty with an orange jacket, like I remember. Best.
He doesn't have the orange vest anymore?
It's
Yeah,
red.
that's gotten real red. Mm-hmm.
Huh.
It's red now.
Check it out.
And also his denim jacket changed. It has like a cowboy type, not like a western darker denim on the top,
Right.
on the shoulders now.
Perkins.
Perkins. I don't remember the P or the E being broken,
Nope.
and we covered that before. But now the K and the I are
Connected.
merged, and the I dot is off centered to make room for the K.
A lot of eyes are turning into ones, like that one. You know, like
Yep.
a number one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Definitely the broken letters for sure. The P's are so common, and those slanted E's.
And
Great.
like I said, the K
Yeah,
and the
it
I are
didn't look.
merged at the bottom.
I definitely have a strong memory of this one. My grandparents used to. I'd meet them here all the time.
And it's not just the I. If you look at the K, the back line of the K is a number one.
As True said, the K and the I are getting intimate.
Mm-hmm. Very.
Sharing that dot.
They're married now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is just a question for the chat. Did you know that Nintendo was incorporated in 1886, I think it is? You're zoomed in. I can't see.
Sorry.
It's okay. 1889. Nintendo was founded in 1889. Did anyone know this?
Oh.
This could
No.
just be knowledge that I didn't
Could
know.
be, yeah. They've been around a long time. They have
But
a long
1889,
history.
long time?
Well, they maybe didn't do video games, but
No, it's card games.
yeah. I never didn't know that. But again, I wouldn't be sure either way anyway.
I never heard of Nintendo until about the 1980s.
Until
So,
the video games, right? Like I
Yep.
think most of
That
us.
is really bizarre. No
It could
way.
be just that they weren't.
They called this Nintendo? No. Cards? No.
It could be just the company name, and really, the company wasn't
I know,
known
but
internationally until. I'm just saying it could be for me anyway. It seems
oh,
odd.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
to-
Brody Brodell, I said 1889 because I meant 1889. You thought you heard me wrong. Sorry.
it's bizarre.
It's weird though.
Man, that's good.
Definitely.
Hey, Chancellor Napa. Okay, so this was sent in by Tamika Curtis
The
through
flag.
Facebook. Yes, the Simpsons flag.
Good old Simpsons.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's exactly the way, because it had 6, 7 on the bottom and 6 beside.
So you could hang it straight instead of backwards.
Yep, and it would say 76.
Yeah. Now this is interesting. I don't know where this came from.
It's weird.
I don't know why this is here. It is not the logo, guys. The Volkswagen logo does not have this in it. Yet this V is floating in this logo that Brian McFarlane found back in 2018.
Wow.
I just thought I'd share it in case something changes.
Besides that, the logo sure looks like the logo I remember, though, where there was absolutely no line or half cut
Yes.
through it or anything else. And just kept saying, geez, it would make more sense if there was.
Right. But for anyone who doesn't know, in case you're new, there is now a gap in the center of the logo. All right, I made this graphic today. This is something that's been bothering me. Top or bottom, guys? The USA regions. Which map is correct for you? Top or bottom?
The top for me.
Well, yeah, I know because of where you live, though, so you're biased.
West.
She is a bias.
I wouldn't have thought the West went that far in, but honestly, I don't know. I wouldn't. I'm a Canadian. What do I
You're
know?
Canadian. I know. I know.
I know where Montana is.
All right, so let's see the chat. In the chat, Ramsey Haver, hey, says top. Let's see. Molbox likes the top. Bastion didn't even know there were regions. Bubbles likes the top. Let's see. But Bastion's from Australia, so we'll give you a pass. Both look off to Ramsey. Brody remembers the bottom. The Mason-Dixon line is in Delaware, True TNT. Ramsey Haver says right. True TNT says top. Chancellor Napa. Okay, so here's the thing. The top is wrong for me, but it is correct. The top has West Virginia and Maryland in the Northeast, and that's wrong for me. It was 1,000% south. It's below the Mason-Dixon line. The Midwest, at that proportion, should be called the Mideast. I don't know how it even can be classified as the West, but the Midwest for me always extended to Idaho. Montana, Colorado, Wyoming, they should be part of the Midwest for me.
See, I'd agree with you on that. From what I remember and learning and looking at. But you know what? The whole country is so stretched sideways to me, and the Northeast is so much bigger than what I remember it used to being. Wider, like thicker. It's all off anyway. Like it's hard to, that image I had in my mind before. Like I said, I don't remember the West going over that far to the center. That was the odd one to me. But that's
True TNT is changing his answer to bottom.
I just don't remember New Mexico being south. For some reason, it was always called west.
Can I tell you something? That's what Dan said.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Dan said he would agree with the bottom if I changed that state.
Yeah.
So maybe they've all changed a little bit.
But he couldn't tell. He's like, but you can't make it red because then you have the Midwest above it.
Yeah.
But you can't make it orange because it's not part of the Midwest. So he said, you know what, just leave it. So I did. But the Midwest, way too small. The Northeast, way too big.
Yeah. I think it's due to the geography changes to the whole country and borders. That's making it really confusing to figure it out. Because I think it's subtly, but in big ways, changed. And it's hard for us to know because we're close to it too.
I agree. So that was just like a thing to throw in there and see, just curious what people thought. That's all.
Right.
Okay, I don't even know what's next. I do have a sign change coming up that changed again. Okay, so this comes from the group as well. Mike Pitts, I think. I have to see the name. I don't know the name.
Hmm.
But it's a Snapchat filter. Mike Pitts, yes. It's a Snapchat filter, and apparently Snapchat has the current reality on the ears, but the tongue is the old reality.
Hmm.
Has anyone ever heard, now this could be just lack of knowledge again, but I've never heard White Castle be called White Castle System Incorporated. It's on the outside of their buildings, on the inside of their buildings. It is the name of the company in the beginning of White Castle. Hi, Foggy Panda. Has anyone ever heard of the name of the company being this? Yes or no?
No.
Can't say either way. Can't help with this one.
I know.
I know
Yeah.
I know
I
White
will
Castle, but I've only known it as the name of the
White Castle.
each place. Yeah. So I've never heard it, but it's either I don't know or no, it wasn't that.
This is
Could be
new for me. I've never heard of System, and it looks like Ramsey Haber has not heard of it either.
definitely never heard of
It
it.
does make sense in the sense that it was their fast food system that they invented fast food. So it does make sense, but I have never seen it written anywhere, and now it's on the outside of their buildings and the inside
Oh, weird.
of the first stores, and it's a national institution. It's so strange. I've never heard of this.
Hmm.
All right, this is my game, and there's 5 pieces of residue in this one image. We have the Statue of Liberty with this flatter base. We have the shield in star form with the stars still present.
Mm-hmm.
We have a red bar flag and not one, but 2 Uncle Sam hats with stripes.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say the developers are very affected. Just a little. So I was in a store that's going out of business called Modell's. South Philly institution. We're going to miss it. And I look up and there is a hat, a Phillies hat, with a nice red bar flag. I have a better image of it. I went online and got a better image of it because that was up in the air and I was on the ground. It's far away. And iPhones don't do well with Zoom. So there's also a Philadelphia hat with a red bar flag. So the next 2 images should be like the catalog version of those hats. So here's the Philadelphia one. Red bar flag. And this is a much clearer image of the red bar flag in the Phillies logo. You would think the Phillies would get the flag right. You would think. All right, so a couple years ago, I covered this change. McDonald's, I don't remember these lines cutting through the arches. And now the lines are on the inside of the arch. They weren't on the inside before. And you would think if they were like pieced together that they would line up, but they don't. And now the red part is broken into blocks. That's new. It wasn't broken into blocks when I covered the golden arches having blocks. But now the red part has it as well. And it's not just this type of sign. It's also the old-fashioned sign. So the next picture is the old-fashioned sign with the blocks. You can see the blocks in the golden arch here. And it's in the red one as well. I don't remember being blocky.
Yeah.
So weird.
Yes. Okay.
And since we ended with McDonald's, there's one folder called Excuses, and one of them has to do with McDonald's. Posted in the group today. Someone, I don't know who it was. Teresa forgot to tell me. Someone posted in the group today that Fruit Loops. Now Fruit Loops was studied extensively, and people have vivid memories of looking for a point in time when it was spelled Fruit, and no one could find it. And some people even called the company, and they were told it was never Fruit. Well, in Reddit today, I found, or Teresa found, I think Teresa found it, this person in Retcon stating that it was Fruit in 1959, but they changed it in 1959. But the weird part is there is now proof on their own site in their history section that it wasn't changed in 1959. So this was a different timeline where it was 1959. Now it was changed in 1963 due to a lawsuit. Apparently, someone complained that there was no fruit in Fruit Loops and it was misleading. So the FDA forced Kellogg's to change Fruit Loops from Fruit to Froot in 1963, not 1959. And like I said, there was no residue of this anywhere, no history of this anywhere back in 2016 when we were looking for it. But now it's here. It's a man's excuse. There you go. So the next image shows the 1963 graphic. And it explains about the woman, Renee, I think her name was Paxton, complaining that there was no real fruit in Fruit Loops. It's misleading. This must be the start of the USA is Sue Happy. Here you go. That's where it starts. Right here. Now, back to McDonald's. I hear time and time again people who remember it being McDonald's saying, well, why don't they call it the Big Mick? Well, man, excuse number 2 is coming up after this. This is more proof for the Kellogg's. Some UE trademark Teresa found. They can't trademark it as Fruit. Okay, so to McDonald's, the two brothers who founded it were Richard and Maurice McDonald. Apparently their nicknames were Dick and Mac. So Mac McDonald is who the Big Mac is now named after. That's why it's Big Mac, because Mac McDonald founded McDonald's. I've never heard of Mac McDonald before. I'm not even affected by the McDonald's Mandela effect. It was always McDonald's for me. But I'm offended for the people who do remember it. Man, excuse. Oh, it's a man excuse. Just popped up out of nowhere. They were called Dick and Mac.
They do. So I'm always leery sometimes to share with some individuals because you never know if the next day it either flip-flops or something comes out like this that just explains everything away. And yet you look for it for 2 years and don't find anything.
And then all of a sudden it's there.
You know what?
Yeah,
I don't even
it
care.
happens.
I don't even care
Oh,
anymore.
I don't care anymore either.
This is also weird that I just, I'd say just exactly what's going on, and that's that with.
For sure. In the end, it's happening, right? And yeah.
I don't know. I vaguely remember some things, and I'll say if I don't remember clearly too. So,
now, let me ask you guys this. I know Richard can be shortened to Dick, but Maurice to Mac.
No.
Come on. Like, come on. Really? So, yeah, now the Big Mac is named after Mac McDonald. That's why it's not Big Mick.
Instead of Mac.
Oh, my gosh.
Or just rice, you know.
Yeah.
It
Or
left too much
Maury.
room. They had to fill it in with something.
All right.
Maury makes more sense. Like Maury Povich.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible.
Strange.
So horrible. Well, you want to keep going, or do you want to call it?
Teresa
you.
just keeps coming back and forth and back. I just, God.
Because I do have one more that I ran by the group today.
All right, go ahead. It's okay if we go over.
I didn't get to show any of mine.
Yeah, Teresa's
Because
still.
you keep leaving. I go to show one of yours.
Well,
and
that's
you're
because
gone.
Well, go ahead. You do it. If I get kicked out again, go ahead. You got my permission. Go ahead.
Okay.
You seem
Well,
to
then-
be doing it all
all right.
anyway, so it don't matter.
All right, then then can you please go to Teresa's folder, honey, the cereal.
Okay.
Go ahead. You do it. You're a pro at this.
No, you do it. We haven't heard from you all night. You're here. You do it.
I keep getting kicked out. I'm sorry. My internet on my phone sucks, and I couldn't get my computer to work. So I'm just having one of these AI problem tonight.
It's okay.
But maybe if I could
I'm
hold my
saying,
phone
while you're here-
still. Yeah, my phone's been acting really bad.
I know
Okay.
this one.
all right,
So
guys.
which one are you doing? The honey one?
Yep.
Yes.
I
Okay.
know. I know.
Well, well, I can't say it yet. You have to bring up the. There you go.
So we're asking the chat to fill
What
in the
do you
blank.
remember? Fill that in. Honey blank of oat.
I'll let a couple people
I remember it
type in.
differently.
I remember what it is. I think.
What they
Aurora
remember.
on the fourth side of 3 is 1. Hey, says bunches. The Foggy Panda says bunches. Teresa, you have
I'm
residue.
remembering
It's
it
okay.
differently. You'll see what I mean.
Damian
What do you
G
remember,
says bunch.
Damien?
Honey
Bunches
bunch.
of
Honey bunch of oats.
Oh, no
Honey-
way.
honey
Damien, I
bunch-
told you. Damien.
Honey bunches
You
is
remember
Teresa.
honey
hard to
bunch
say.
of oats,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure.
Teresa, let me
Honey
let me
bunch
Oh
of
read
my
the
God.
chat.
Sorry.
So Truty and T
Oh
has no
my God.
idea.
Sorry, I'm just.
Jose Martinez says bunches. Molbox says bunches. Michael Fontaine, I think, means bunches because he says bunchy. But Rich Vistanik says bunch. Brody Brodell says bunch.
Buttloads.
I am not
What?
saying that in Molbox.
No
No, that
way.
wasn't.
Guys, I found this
Wait.
one. I bought the
Wait,
cereal and go ahead. I'm just freaking out over this one.
You didn't ask Curious or what she remembers.
Oh, where'd she go? Curious. What do you remember?
bunches. Just
Okay.
She's
Brody.
with me.
Wow. This is split. Well, you want to show what it is now?
Okay.
No,
This
what it
one really
is now
freaked
is
me
on the
out.
box. The first thing is residue, but it's on the box. Oh, it's not in order. Great. It is bunches now.
Let's see
It
what
is
bunches.
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 But I remember. What do I remember?
Oh, what's on the screen?
I
Bunch.
remember.
Honey bunch.
I remember bunch.
Yeah.
Yes. I found that one the other day, and I'm very proud of that one.
You know what? I think I have a dual memory.
Accidentally.
I think I have a dual memory.
It's crazy. I remember bunch. Look at all this residue, guys.
Sorry, but
I freaked out when I saw this. I'm like, no. Honey bunches of oats? It sounds weird to me. It's like off. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is a hard one for me.
It's not
Wonder
hard for me. For me, it was
I
always
know.
bunches.
Yeah,
That's
honey
crazy how we're
bunch.
both remembered in
I
different ways.
remember that from the commercial, but yet honey bunch of oats kind of sounds right. I don't know.
It's just the commercial is what I remember it from. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It
do
just
not.
sounds so It sounds so familiar for me.
I can hear the commercial in my head, and I do not remember seeing
It's,
honey bunches
You-
like that. Huh. And maybe it changed a long time ago.
Could have.
Look at
You
the
know,
residue.
Aurora 1. That's the Teresa's language for it changed. She says it's off all the time.
What language?
That's her.
I do too,
When you say
because I
off,
can tell something's off sometimes. But like those crash test dummies, like I know there's still something missing, but I can't tell you what it is.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. I'll be like, Sandy, something's off, and I'll say, look at this, Sandy, and right away Sandy sees what I'm seeing, and I wait for her to see it, and sometimes she finds more. It's really weird. Like I get like goosebumps. That's how I know something's off. I get like goosebumps and like an eerie feeling. When I first found out about Victoria's Secret, it's now Victoria's Secret. I was in the mall and I stood dead in the mall and stared at it, and I went, no, and it freaked me out for that one. That one I knew. It was like a Twilight Zone feeling for that one. Just really blew me away.
yeah, this says honey bunch at the top, a honey bunch at the bottom.
Mhm.
And even though I remember bunches, I marked it red for you, Teresa.
Who says
Yeah.
bunches of oats though? Like it's a
Well,
bunch
it-
of oats.
Thank you.
It just doesn't.
wait.
That doesn't
Thank
sound
you.
right to me at all.
You want me to explain my position?
Thank
here?
you.
Yeah, no, for sure I do. I just honestly that sounds
The
so wrong.
balls of oats are called bunches. The balls that are in the cereal, that ball is called.
I
I've
got here
never
in front of
heard
me.
never heard that before either.
Bad
of
cereal.
oats.
Interesting.
Now my cereal's scaring me. I just bought them
But
last week, and now
that's
I'm
how I
staring
always
at it, and I'm
thought.
like, no. Yeah, I knew I knew it was off.
The other cereal is Honey Nut Cheerios, right?
Yes.
I'm just trying to think if there was another one
Yeah.
that was similar that maybe I'm always looking at. But no, it looks off. I remember Honey Bunch. I'm with you, Teresa. But a lot seem to remember bunches.
Well, actually, it looks pretty split, 50-50.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I will say the word. I think it's because they changed the logo. It doesn't look. The word doesn't look right.
Yeah, I was thinking that in the box.
Sandy,
Right
does it look off?
Bunches, but it still doesn't look right.
Yeah, it does look off, but it's the logo that looks off.
It's probably
It's probably the font.
Hey guys, didn't there used to say honey bunch of oats and nuts? That's another thing I thought about. And nuts. Wasn't that there? Honey bunch of oats and nuts. I was sitting there thinking about that.
What?
Yeah.
Whole different reality there, Lord.
I'm not from that reality. That's really long. I don't remember that. I think you might.
Okay.
Maybe.
There might be another one out there.
Nuts.
I do remember something like that, but I don't think it was Honey Bunch.
Okay.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, but not for honey bunches of oats.
No.
Okay,
Honey bunch
I'm
of.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. Can you go to really quickly go to Eddie Munster? Because I pulled the chat today just for tonight's show. Really quick, Teresa. I want to make sure.
You're gonna do that one?
Yeah, because I'm curious.
I have more still.
We're still doing yours. Don't worry.
Thank you. Don't have to work until next Monday. Yay.
I know. You don't have to go to bed.
So
You're okay.
I can stay up as late as I need to.
All right, guys. I don't know if this is a Mandela or not. That's why I pulled the chat, the group today. What color costume does Eddie Munster wear? Now, I do realize that most of the seasons were in black and white, but it was in color, and then they made movies and all sorts of stuff. If you don't know, that's fine. But if you do, what do you remember? Do you remember like a black or a navy, or do you remember purple?
Well, this is an easy answer because of the color. No, I've only seen it in black and white. That's I
Only seen it in black and white.
I don't remember the color version.
But it went in color too eventually.
But purple has to be the ME because that's just the way it works.
Yeah. I think the purple's pretty, but I remember black.
Okay, so far we have Rich Visanix says black, Jose Martinez says black, Bubbles says black. Anyone
Black.
remember? Daniel P remembers black. Does anyone remember purple?
Wow. It's pretty though. Nobody remembers purple?
So far, no. Here we go. Guardian Matrix remembers purple. Thank you for chiming in. It's okay if you don't know, Ramsey. That's fine. What about you, Curious? You haven't chimed in?
Black.
Black for you as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the answer now.
That's good.
The answer now is both. He wears both.
What?
In color, he wears both.
Oh.
So, let me show you the results of the poll, which is next.
Different years or just different shows?
Different years.
Hmm.
So, most people do remember black. Some do remember purple. And a few actually remember both.
Hmm.
But the majority do remember black or navy. And the majority of the shows were in purple. So
This reminds me of Fonzie's jacket because I remember black and brown.
I only remember black.
I remember brown too.
Don't get me started with that. Don't get me started with that one. Like seriously.
And the gray jacket in the first show.
So here's black residue, including statues and people dressing their kids up as him. And the top left corner, the middle left, that is the first episode. And now here's purple. Also, people dressing their children up as Eddie, but in purple this time, and adults dressing as him in purple.
No, that doesn't look right. Not at all. It must have changed from black to purple. It's somewhere in there, in the color. And I think it was both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so again, I wasn't sure, but I didn't want to ignore it. I had to ask. Okay. Elfman. I think I labeled it Teresa. And then the blank name. Jenna Elfman. I think it was like J space. Teresa,
Hello?
you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, girl. Go.
We're doing your Elfman, Teresa.
Uh-oh.
All right. Dharma and Greg Star. Jenna Elfman. Spell her first name in the chat.
Jenna.
Not Danny Moldbox. Anyone? Teresa, you're breaking up. What'd you say? Teresa?
She's trying to talk.
I'm here.
What did you say?
No, I didn't know if you could hear me. My internet keeps going in and out. Okay, I'm here. I'm holding my phone
Okay.
still.
In the chat, we have 2 N's for True TNT, 2 N's for Moldbox. No one else is answering right now. Curiouser and Damian, what do you guys remember?
I
I
don't.
don't know this one. Sorry.
I don't
How do
either.
you remember?
They don't remember Teresa. It's okay.
Sorry, can't help you on this one.
How do you remember?
Anyone else? Daniel P. remembers 2 N's.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
You need to go? Go ahead. So it is 2 N's now. Teresa remembers 1 N.
1 N. Yep.
There we go.
But
Jenna.
and even though I would never have, it's definitely 2 N's for me because I would pronounce it Gina.
Yeah,
The 2
I
N's
would
make
too.
it an N sound.
See this?
But,
This is how I learned Jenna to be spelled. But anyway, go on.
With 1 N?
Yes.
Oh, weird. I've never seen Jenna with 1 N. I could see people now because you spell things however you want to. But I've never seen Jenna spelled with 1 N. I'd say Gina
But
too. Or
Right.
Jana.
there is a lot of residue, though.
Oh, I
There's
believe
a lot
it.
of residue.
Interesting.
Teresa, are you here? I'm with you. I remember it, Jenna being spelled that way.
No, we lost her.
Where'd she go?
She's gone.
Show
some more residue. Oh, she's back.
Teresa, are you
There
there?
she is.
Oh. Yeah.
Teresa, can you do you know what I said? I remember Jenna being spelled this way in my reality as a name, Jenna. But I don't remember, that how this was spelled.
Can you hear her? Guys, can you hear Teresa?
Nope.
I think Teresa's
I think her phone's starting to.
cold at night.
Overheat. Guys, you're gonna have to trust me on that's 1 N. It's blurry. Something happens sometimes when she sends stuff from Android to iPhone and it gets blurry.
Yeah, that definitely looks right to me. That's how I knew.
Oh my gosh, Guardian Matrix says, can someone start a GoFind me to get Teresa's satellite phone?
Oh, she's gone.
That's a good one.
Okay, is that LA, right?
She's gone again. Oh my god, she's gone again.
She's a goner. Oh, she's back. Sheesh. You're making us dizzy with your coming
The
and going.
AI does not like me.
We can hear you. Yay! I hear you, Teresa. We're showing them more. Did you hear what Curiouser said? That she remembers Jenna spelled Jena. She just doesn't know this Jenna.
And she's gone
You hear
again.
me?
No,
I'm
having trouble hearing you. Hold on.
I didn't highlight that one. I'm so sorry.
There you go. I'm here. Go ahead.
I said Curiouser said she doesn't know this Jenna, but she's always known Jenna's to be spelled with 1 N.
Yeah. No answer again. Okay. Well, we'll go through this residue.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought I highlighted these. I guess not. She's at the bottom. Her name's at the bottom in the list of guests.
Yeah, I saw it. A lot of residue there. Okay, you put this one's in like 3 times. Let's see.
I don't know why it's in there 3 times. I've done dresses for Jenna Elfman. So she's
Oh,
made a dress for
yes.
Jenna and doesn't know how to spell her name.
Weird. Okay. Yeah.
Michael E., what do you mean?
Yeah.
Does she remember her name?
Her other channel, maybe?
Yeah, she does have another channel.
I don't know if that's what he's talking about. That it was Curiouser.
I think he's just talking about
Curiouser.
how some. Yeah, he just said. I think he's talking about how some people remember her name different, her channel name differently.
Oh, okay.
Because True TNT is saying you're not the first person to bring that up.
I'm back again for the millionth time. I'm sorry. Thank you for doing Jenna for me. Did we get anybody with 1 N? Or everybody was 2 N's? Sorry.
Everybody was 2 N's except for Curiouser, who remembers Jenna's with 1 N.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Okay.
Somebody was mentioning my name in that channel. I've got a story with that, Michael E. I had first originally had a Curiouser and Curiouser channel, and many people had told me that it would got Mandela affected. They said that the name was changed to Curious and Curiouser. I really didn't know what they're talking about. I said, my channel has always been Curiouser and not Curious and Curiouser. So what happened was when I decided to end my channel, Curiouser and Curiouser, I wanted to, I had to pick a name for my new channel, and I asked my subscribers. I asked people what I should name it, and somebody said, because of the Mandela effect, how it was Mandela affected, said, why don't you name it Curious and Curiouser, whatever what remembers. And so I agreed to it, and that's my story. And now I have both channels, so yeah, that's the story.
Kind of like you and Chuck E. Cheese. They did the same thing.
I know, yes. But now it's Curious and Curiouser is my main channel I use, but the other one's still there, but I just never really go on that.
I actually remembered this name in the beginning too.
Yeah, everyone.
I really do.
The name
And I thought, when
changed.
did it change?
What?
Yeah.
My God,
Yeah,
it didn't
definitely.
change for me.
But that was a long time ago. Like it was definitely near the
Yeah.
beginning. I do remember that.
Me
Yeah.
You too, Teresa?
Yeah.
Yes, me too.
Very bizarre. Wow.
All right. The
Interesting.
next folder would be Teresa Doc Brown.
All right.
Ooh, my favorite one. Damian G, you're gonna like this one.
Oh, Doc. You gotta love Doc.
Yeah, it has to do with his name. Wait till you see this.
Hmm.
It's gonna blow you away. Yeah, I got carried away with residue too. Right, guys.
It's easy to do.
Yes.
Sandy.
This one's the big. Yeah, this is the biggest folder.
Yeah, there's a
Without a
lot
doubt.
of residue in this one, and I'm. Wait till you see it. And it's weird because in the movie, you'll see what they did.
What's it called?
The Doc. Oh.
It says Teresa Doc Brown, I think.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, they just had an anniversary of 35 years. Did you guys know that? July 3rd was
Wow.
35 years that it was released in USA theaters. So I've been doing a lot of posting lately about Back to the Future, and I got a few more things I want to post this week for the celebration of 35 years. So yay! 35 years. That's a long time.
It is.
Yep.
Definitely is. Damian, did you see the thing about the to be continued?
I did, and I remember it as well.
You remember it as well. That's what
Yep.
I was curious about.
I do remember it from the movie.
Oh,
For
that
those
blew
of
me
you
away.
that did
That one
not
is
see
handy
our
found.
previous shows, all right, guys. Well, first I'll tell you about it after this, but please spell
Emmett.
Doc Brown's first name. As you can see, I did not alter these. These are two toys with two different spellings of the name. I did not change anything. That is how you can buy them.
How do you spell Emmett Doc Brown? You guys are going to be blown away because I found it both ways. Check that out.
I thought it was, yeah.
And these are actual items too that they're selling. Yeah.
I don't remember either of these.
This is the way they're. What do you remember,
Weird.
Damian?
With an I. Same as Or.
And so does Aurora 1, the fourth side of 3 is 1. EMMIT.
Now, honestly, I don't know if that's just because that's the most familiar way I've seen it or know of it. I'm trying to remember seeing it. I've heard it lots, but I don't know if I've seen it. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I'm Emmett with an I is the common way I know how to spell it. So I don't know if I'm making that. I know I've heard it lots, and I probably would have assumed that's it. I can't remember any places where I saw it.
Wait till you see it now.
Well,
I can see it.
I need to
look those two items.
So,
yeah.
Emmett, Chancellor Napa remembers EMMET, and I will say that I knew an Emmett. It was a girl though. I went to high school with a girl named Emmett, and she spelled it EMMETT. But that was a girl's name. I never even knew it was a girl's name.
All right, next image.
So it is currently EMMETT. And this is residue for EMMET. And Teresa, why don't you explain why we were looking for this in the first place?
She's not here.
Oh. There's a scene in the movie where his name is misspelled in the phone book. In the phone book, they have it as EMMET. But officially, his name is EMMETT now. So in this reality, they call it a misspelling. We're going to call it residue. Teresa, you back?
I just.
Oh, I see me. Oh, cool.
Are you seeing the residue on the screen, Teresa?
Yeah.
Yes, True TNT. They are one and the same.
Okay.
I didn't know that either.
I'm going to double check that. Now you guys have me questioning my own self. Scrolling down while you're showing the residue. Cheers TV series. Phil Semenko.
I don't even
This is
see that name there. I don't see Christopher Lloyd's name. I've got Cheers up with the writers, and I don't see his name at all.
That's weird.
I only
He was an actor on it too.
Huh. Others are saying it is him.
He wrote for many sitcoms: The Mary Tyler Moore Show, The Bob Newhart Show, Taxi, Cheers, Frasier, and Wings.
Wow.
But they're saying it's David Lloyd, not Christopher. Christopher Lloyd is his son.
Okay. Yes, I see David Lloyd up here.
Right. David Lloyd was 75 years old in 2009. And he had 5 children, including Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd, yeah. So the father.
What is this?
Did anybody remember 1T?
Wait, co-creator of Modern Family, though, is Christopher Lloyd. It says, Modern Family co-creator Christopher Lloyd as an honorary Cheers barfly. Not only did he serve as an executive producer on Frasier, but his father, Emmy winner David Lloyd, was one of the show's first writers. When I was beginning my career, Christopher says, I'd get Cheers scripts and try to break them down and outline them so I could understand their structure. It was very much a part of my formative years in television.
But see, that's a different... Sorry, that's a different Christopher... Or no, is that when he was younger?
That was when he was younger.
Maybe I don't recognize his picture from when he was younger.
Maybe it's a different Christopher Lloyd?
I don't know.
Look. I'm still digging. The frogs. You're gonna pull up the frogs next. And you're right, it's a different Christopher Lloyd. It's gotta be a different Christopher Lloyd. They're not the same. Totally different. They kind of resemble each other, though.
They kind of do.
Related.
So maybe, I don't know.
Very odd.
Which one? Frog?
Frogs, yeah.
Okay.
That's the last one, I think. Teresa, are you here?
She's muted. Oh, now she's off.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was eating. Sorry.
All right, Teresa found this frog recently. Have you ever heard of the dumpy frog? They come in all sorts of colors. I checked with Fizzy. Fizzy has not heard of this.
Oh,
Um,
that's in Australia, Sandy. I found that one.
yes.
Australia.
And it appears as they get bigger, they get bigger. You'll see.
Oh,
You'll
they're
see
so
with the
cute.
images. They are. They make great pets, and they smile, and they're the cutest things ever. They come in all different colors. But as you can see, they start getting very
Frumpy, not dumpy.
frumpy,
I think
dumpy, yeah.
frumpy. The frumpy
Never
frog.
saw frogs crazy. Look at those colors. Oh my god. Green and blue. You know,
Green,
it's not
blue,
a
blue,
common.
purple. Look at the snails just chilling on his head, and he doesn't care.
Right.
They look so happy, don't they?
Well, look at that stomach. I'd be happy too. It's like they're eating. No, I'm just.
Molbach says, looks like a bell pepper.
It just. That color is just like bizarre. Is it like a turquoise and
Yeah,
then
that
there's
blue
like
one.
green,
Yeah.
blue, and
The purple, and there's multiple of
There's
them.
no-
It's not Photoshopped. There was a Photoshopped one that was bright pink, but these aren't Photoshopped. They come in all different colors. Look at the green one smiling at you. Totally smiling. And we're spinning.
Yeah. Time for
It's
the
end of
time
the
loop.
Yeah. It was the last folder anyway. There was only 3 images.
I booted you out.
yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Well,
Want to
do
end
you
with
guys
one
have
big,
anything else you want to share?
one big purple one?
Huh?
I'll end with one big purple
Sure.
one. Maybe everybody's seen this. I'm not sure. But question for the audience. What color was the original RoboCop?
Well, I guess you if you
Kind of
said
gave it
purple,
away. But do
yeah,
you
you
remember
kind of
purple?
did. No, I remember like a silvery gray.
For sure, right?
Okay. So True TNT says
Silver.
silver.
Whoop.
And I do want to steel and black and blue, says Moldbach. Never purple for me, says David Cook. Some anodized steel, says Moldbach.
So a little bit, I agree.
That looks right.
And like he said, a little bit anodized. If you look at the farthest one on the right in the bottom, you can see kind of a sheen where it a little tint of pink and translucent or trans. But now, if you check out the movies,
no.
It's very much anodized. So not a little, but extremely. And it's been getting darker and darker over time.
Why does he have spikes under his chest? I don't remember those spikes.
The spikes? He was torn
Under
apart
his
in the one. I don't see the spikes.
No, the spikes. The little slash.
Oh, the abs kind of thing?
Yeah, the spikes. They weren't there.
Those spikes. I see what you mean, from his chest going downwards.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting. You always notice the finest details. I'm always amazed by that.
They pop out at me. I'm like, what
They do
is
once you
that?
tell me. Yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, what are those? It's weird. All I know is he wasn't purple.
No, he
But
wasn't. I also don't remember his
so-
gold neck. I don't remember the gold in his throat.
gold. Oh, I think that's underneath the black because he was tore apart for a while. So I think you wouldn't see that normally. You just see the black.
Okay.
But definitely he's a lot more iridescent than I remember.
Oh gosh, he's colored. It's color. It's not silver. It's complete color.
And it's not just
It's
one or
all
two
color.
shots. It's everywhere.
How do you not see those spikes? Are you serious?
I see them now. No, I know what you're talking about. I was looking too low. I was like, I see them under the chest. Yeah, that does look odd. But
He's got them
definitely
on his
color
arms
change.
too. They're on his arms too.
Definitely.
No. Wow,
Nope.
he's bluish purple.
No, definitely a lot more colored than I remember.
Mm-hmm.
This is more of what I remember. So there might have been a little bit of a sheen to it, and you might at certain angles see.
He's just silver.
But it was pretty much silver. Oh, there's the old world map. Partially. See where South America is, and Australia is way down low.
Oh, that's nice. And look at the gap.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the gap. That's beautiful. Look how small Alaska is.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember it being that tiny, but
I don't remember.
again, I think this was. I won't go into that much detail with it, but it's more the placement. Oh, New Holland. There's a good old merging. These are from the 1980s. My grandfather had this combine, and it's interesting. Another me that happened was that cover. That word, you could see the whole word before when I first captured this picture. Now the end of the word is covered.
Wow.
I took it because you could see the whole thing.
The ends.
The N and the D are merged, and the N and the E now are merged.
Oh no.
So any people from farming communities or close to one will maybe recognize these. And then these were some older 1925 paper with capital with that pyramid. And then, of course, and I think this has been brought up several times, the Saturday Night Fever poster.
Yeah.
And name of the movie with those A's and the broken R.
It's not only that, the R looks like it's separate from thief.
Right. It does. It's further over, right? Or
What happened to new?
What?
Teresa?
Say that again. What happened to new?
That's messed up.
Teresa? Hey, Curious, or maybe mute her.
And from 1980s sonatas, they didn't have these A's and the broken letters.
I don't even know what's... Oh, Sonata. A Hyundai Sonata?
Yeah.
I don't even remember the cars that old. So they may not have been... Were they...
I do remember the car back then.
They were in the US?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, wow.
But they definitely didn't have the A's or the broken letters.
Oh, definitely not. Because that stuff didn't exist before
No,
the 2000s.
I know.
What in the...
Same with...
That's how it looks now? Sonata?
It is. No, that's how the old ones from 1980 supposedly looked like. Early
No way.
1980s. Yeah, no, definitely not. And no broken letters either. And the jazz singer either. The Neil Diamond. Mm-mm. That's the original record holder and cover. Very much merged. This one's a big one. This one changed twice because you'll notice I have everything kind of highlighted, and then the H's in Charlton and the L in Charlton, or if you remember Charleston, but Charlton Heston's name have been affected also. and all the connections. And this is from back in 1971. And even the F and of.
You remember the arrow and beneath?
Nope. And I was going to say
Okay.
the arrow either. I don't remember that either.
You didn't highlight it. That's why I was like,
No. I don't think I remembered it at the time, though. So or I didn't see it at the time. I was too focused on the connected letters, I think.
I also
Sometimes
remember the having that big F.
Exactly. But those H's are common now too. You'll see from back then that they're making them look like a combination between a kind of a small H joined with a big H and a longer front arm, of course. There it is again.
Weird.
Same thing.
Whoa.
And same with the Plaza and Freehold Mall and Neptune City theaters.
Oh my god.
Like
Wow.
it's completely
you found
messed up.
that, Damian?
So weird looking.
Yeah, 1968. Like, no way.
Wow.
Good old Pennzoil. You don't see this too often where you can find the objects themselves either drawn. I'm thinking they must have been drawn where it matches what's in the text. Usually the pictures will change, right? To two ends like it is now.
Mm-hmm.
But here it is, the old just one. And here's another one that's partially caught. Actually, this is two also, because you can see Pennzoil starting on the right there. And then also ABC, because I remember the B in ABC having the tail.
Oh, that's nice.
And
That's
the
nice.
ABC does not have that now back then either. It never has.
No. No, it's a six. They're all sixes.
So real quick
They're all
question.
smooth.
What distinguishing feature do you remember? And I guess maybe this is because I'm from Canada, but I mean, we get a lot of American coins mixed in with ours. And something always stood out with Jefferson so if you look at the back of the nickel with the heads, and if you think of the Washington on the quarter.
Wait, are you talking about the new nickels or the old nickels?
The old ones, I believe. The old ones, the side views.
The side view. That's the old one, yeah.
The old ones.
We haven't had them for like 10 years. That's why
Right.
I was asking.
Yeah, so anybody 10 years old or younger won't remember this.
Are you talking about the ponytail in the back?
Yes. To me, it always stood out to me, the nickel, because of the ponytail in the back, which is part of the, I think it's part of the, isn't he wearing kind of like a judge wig or I don't know what you call it.
I don't know.
The
I
wigs
do know
at that
that.
time.
I mean, you do. I live in Philadelphia. Okay. And that was just like one of the colonial hairstyles back then.
Right, the colonial hairstyles. I do, but that's the only coin I ever remember. The ponytail. It stood out to me. Have you ever seen Washington wearing that?
Yeah, well, we just discussed Washington on Mandela Monday a few weeks ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because his neck is gone or something, or he's naked. He's naked.
Oh,
He's
okay.
naked.
I just don't. For me, it looks odd because I don't remember seeing it. So it stood out to me. Maybe it's not. I'm not saying this is 100%, but I don't remember Washington having that as well. Like I said, to me, it was always Jefferson was unique that way. It was the only one for me. But I don't remember Washington having it. I always thought he had a clean hair, like his neck was. So I'm just bringing it up to ask to see what people are saying and thinking, or if they remember.
Well, people, when we discussed this on Mandela Monday, it may have been Freaky Friday. It was one of them. They're like, "Where is his collar?"
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Right. And maybe that's what's different for me, but I don't remember his hair either. I just remember it like short.
See, when I picture Jefferson, when I picture Washington, I picture him with the ponytail, but
You do?
I was
Okay.
like alone.
Okay.
A lot of people don't.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, because I don't, and I mean, I know I'm not, but like I said, I've seen a lot. I've got a lot of quarters sitting here in front of me that are American, and they have that. I just didn't remember that.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting. Okay, just kind of wanted to get a good.
In
You want to see a
chat,
mess?
Oh wait, you
yeah,
can see the chat. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Tails for me. I know Jose Martinez.
Okay.
This is a really messed up logo for me.
I restarted my
Oh
phone.
yeah, I've covered this.
Oh,
Yeah.
did you? You covered?
I covered this on Mandela. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay, I must have missed that one.
But you can
Yeah.
cover it again because there's
Well,
people
no,
here
if you,
who have not seen this.
yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen it, it's just to me how this is another one. How do you even read that?
I know this is
Right?
very reminiscent of the Last Starfighter.
Right, exactly. That's what actually made me think of it again when you brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
And residual. I don't know if I'm sure you found this too. Then more of the block letters.
Yeah.
And on a lot of things.
I want a delay. No, I did not find this.
No. So
Nope.
I honestly don't
This is
remember. I mean, I was
nice.
pretty young when this airline was out. I do remember the reference to being the banana in the sky, but I don't remember much about it. Other than I just thought the logo was so crazy.
And again, it's the time.
Yeah.
It's the time. Like
yeah.
there's no way.
In the
There's
70s and
no
80s.
way.
No,
Right.
never. I know. Exactly. This I just pointed out because, again, I truly believe the Earth is much smaller than it used to be because I remember North and South America clearly fitting on the side of, like from a side view, both fit. And this one also looks like it has the Arctic. So true, if you're still hanging around, there it is on both of these. And you'll notice these are both actually quite similar. I never even noticed till right now with that little bit of landmass up there at the top. Now, maybe there was more, but again, the big thing for me is just, again, South America under, North America more, and just that you could see both. Now, South America barely fits, right? You look at it from a side view and you see this. You try and look at both. Well, we know, and again, that's what I mean. In trying to shift these, it tries to me, there's intelligence behind it because it's trying to keep things the same but different. It's different.
Can I just say, I remember one time that I remember Africa being smaller than it is. It's gotten really big.
Africa,
I remember
yeah.
it thinner. Mm-hmm.
Again, I think the perception is why it looks so big is because of the whole planet. And same thing with Europe and Great Britain to me. It's like, to me, Great Britain looks larger or Europe looks smaller.
Yeah.
In comparison. And I know what you're saying. Africa looks huge, but to me, it's because the Earth's smaller.
Okay. Yeah,
That's why it's giving that perception that it looks so much bigger because it fits the whole, it's like South America and North America look bigger to me too, but I think it's the globe smaller, or if you believe it's globe, or matrix, or whatever you want to believe it. Here's another one from MacGyver.
Mm-hmm.
And I did this for you, Sandy, because I know
nice.
we talked about who's the fairest of them all. And this is something I know I looked at a long, long time ago, and I had these and lots of residual of Mirror, Mirror on the Wall and a lot of Disney stuff. So relating to Disney. Here's the actress who voiced Snow White. And again, they used Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. Here's an article about Lucille Laverne, who voiced the witch. And her, immortalizing and the intoned Mirror, Mirror on the Wall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a good one. And here's Mirror, Mirror on the Wall, who's the fairest of them all again. And again, this is about the original film, the full-length animated feature.
That's awesome.
And here's another one that was actually a story talking about the animated. I usually catch now and put where it's from as well, just in case somebody does want to go in and reference it. So it's kind of interesting that, yeah, there's lots of residual out there of that. And that's what I remember too. That it was fairest of them all. And the last one with that.
That's nice. Good work to do.
Noxema. Here's another one with a lot of people remember Noxema with no Z. And this was interesting, again, finding the images along with the text. Usually you don't see that.
That's nice.
You really don't see that often. So There was lots. I was surprised how many.
Yeah, I don't remember the Z. It was just an X.
There's the skin cream. And Cracker Jack, same thing. I found that.
Oh, wow.
Interesting how many.
That's awesome. Just for those of you that don't know, it's Cracker Jack now.
Mm-hmm. I love this little article about Kelly Pickler because they were giving her a hard time about a massacre because she sung the lyrics "Buy me some popcorn" and Cracker Jacks rather than the correct peanuts and Cracker Jacks. And now, don't they sing? Isn't it saying Cracker Jack? Well, there's residue. I know I've heard singing, but I thought Moneybags did something on it. Anyways, it's like you missed the
but
other
I
one.
don't like the implication of Cracker Jack
No, I know.
with everything that's going on. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Exactly. But there's actually a lot, like, like look how many there are with both the image and the.
Wait a
And
second.
even this one has it on. Yeah.
Turn back to where Walgreen value. Was it Walgreen? Value Walgreens. Why is there's no S? Why there's wait Walgreens?
Well,
Yeah,
Walgreens.
she's right.
Yeah.
Walgreens.
Yeah. Interesting.
Walgreen. Just Walgreen.
Good catch.
Walgreen.
Huh. Huh.
I don't know. I don't really remember just without an S because
I remember it with an S too. I don't remember just Walgreen.
maybe it's just a way of wording it. I don't know.
Might be, yeah. And a big correction, but again, they didn't correct the fact that it should be Cracker Jack. So I thought then twice. So you'd think if you were making a correction, that somebody pointed out that correction, the company or whoever, and that they would also say, hey, it's not Cracker Jacks, it's Cracker Jack. So I found that one interesting too. A little residue. Now it's weird because it's hard to read this. I know it's so not in focus, but it basically says Isaiah 11:6 underneath. And it says the lion shall dwell with the lamb. Now, of course, I remember will lie.
So that's like the stepping stone between what it says now.
Exactly. It's kind of caught in that in-between step. And good old John Deere. Patents. And there's quite a few.
Nice. No E. For those of you that don't know, John Deere is now DEERE. Did I just say 3 E's? It's DEERE. Just in case I 3 E's, I'm not sure.
And here's the one that freaked me out when I saw this in a commercial. Look at those limbo rings. And this is from 1983.
Oh my goodness, she looks crazy.
Isn't that creepy looking? She turned around
That's
and
creepy.
I'm like, whoa, I got to capture that. But those, like that looks like, look how dark they are.
Seriously, that looks crazy. She looks scary.
That made me question, are they going to get darker yet for everybody?
Or
like, you know how things
the
step?
color of the ring.
Right? Yeah. I don't know. Weird though. Anyways, it's very clear. And 2 more. One, I've seen a lot of the other article that was written about Moonraker and Dolly, but I haven't seen this one shown. And maybe it has been, but I've never seen anybody show it. So it's another critique that was written, not new. I believe it was from the 1980s. Again, I wish I would have caught it because I usually try and catch that in there now. But at the bottom where it says, between Jaws and Dolly, a small pigtailed blonde with braces. So, and finally, for Brian Stavely and everybody else, these are 2 pictures taken from the original series, from backstage and behind the scenes. And to me, clearly, there's nothing that's reflecting on that leg that would make it look yellow or gold.
No.
They are gold. So, just two of my favorite pictures.
That's fine.
That's it. And we've been here a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been a long one.
4 hours. Wow.
It's ongoing, everyone.
For everybody who stuck around, thank you.
We'll just take
Yes.
short breaks.
Going to take a short break and do another 4?
We'll take a 10-minute break every 4 hours.
Maybe 5 years ago,
just-
I probably would have took you up on that. Yeah, let's keep going.
It's like worse than work. Yeah.
Curiouser. You just set a record.
What? Oh, I know. I did.
That's
didn't
a
I?
long
You set a record.
So,
I know. Sandy, you got more in the folder? Right, fall disappear again for the
No.
millionth time. You got any more?
No. We got
sure?
them all, Teresa. You may not have been here, but we got them all. We got the frogs. We got everything.
Nice.
Plenty of stuff. in
No
this
way.
Nice. Wow. Well, thank you
And,
guys. Thank you for
Wow.
having me on tonight. I really enjoyed it.
show. Oh, good, good.
I really hope I didn't take up over too much of the show.
No, you had some really great stuff.
No,
Oh,
you
it
did
was
awesome.
interesting.
Love what you guys do, and thanks everybody for joining in the chat and hanging in there and not throwing rocks or tomatoes at me.
Oh.
Not a one.
Stop.
You did an awesome job. Sorry, my internet is acting really nasty tonight. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry
This
for
is
you too
You
with
shouldn't
that.
be doing this.
Just think in another reality, this may be like 6 hours long. No.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, wow! You guys covered a lot of stuff tonight. A lot.
There's just so much, you know.
That was great.
All right. We're going to
Yeah.
call it a night. Say goodnight, everyone. That's been a great show.
Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Say
everyone.
goodnight, Gracie.
Good night,
Say goodnight,
Gracie.
Gracie. Sandy.
Night.
Good night,
Good night,
Gracie. That was another effect.
All
Good night,
right.
Gracie.
Good night. Good
Have a great night, everybody.
night, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks again for
Good night,
having me.
everyone.